Does that mean you're looking? So how you guys doing tonight? Pterodactyl, Michael Honeychuck, Jermaine, Wild Bill. Who else is here? So it always screws up my start if I've got Ryan's show on live first and then start mine because it doesn't like having two separate YouTube channels up at the same time. So, so I closed him out. I know he's going off, so we're good. There we go. You should be able to see me now. I can see me now, so you should be able to see me now. Who else is here? Victor! Victor Shameless. What's up, guys? So I got 9 in the room so far. I got it. George Watts! Welcome to the show, sir. So I got a bunch of things I want to talk about tonight. Kind of exciting. So about 2 weeks ago, I ordered a bunch of stuff from Hobby King. I know. No airplanes, just stuff. I wanted filament for my 3D printer, which is sitting right here. You can just see it out of the screen here. This is the table. Michael Reitza! TNRC pilot. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, it's good to see y'all. So anyway, so I ordered some stuff from Hobby King, and it was 2 weeks ago, and I thought it was going to be here for my Thursday night show last week, and it didn't make it. So it was supposed to be here Friday, didn't come in Friday. It was supposed to be here Saturday, didn't come in Saturday. Supposed to be here Sunday. I don't know why they said they were going to deliver it on Sunday, but didn't come in Sunday. Monday, yeah, it showed up Monday. So I've got some really cool stuff I want to show you guys tonight. Came in Monday. We're going to talk about a bunch of different things. That's funny. You should ask that, TNRC. I was just getting to that. So, I just want to wait till a few more people get in the room. Don't want to repeat myself all night. So I ordered a bunch of filament for my printer. That's what I went to Hobby King for, because they had cheap prices on filament. And now I know why, because the crap don't work. So far, anyway. I'm having some trouble. So I haven't used my 3D printer. I've got the same one that Dave has, but mine's unmodified. So a bone stock Creality Ender 3. Bone stock. Well, I had to modify it last night. The extruder that feeds the filament, okay, it has a little arm on it, a little plastic arm with a big spring on it. And there's a pulley on it. And that spring drives the pulley into the stepper motor that has a it's not really a gear, but it's it's got like teeth on it. It's not a sprocket, but it's similar. And that's what grabs a hold of the filament. And then the little arm that I'm talking about has a bearing pulley on it that pushes it out against that little extruder wheel, kind of gear looking thing, to drive the filament, to feed the extruder. And the arm broke. It's a plastic arm. It's got a lot of pressure on it. It's a very heavy spring. It's got a lot of so I was trying to print and I couldn't figure out what was wrong, and the arm was broke. So I had to make a new one. So I made it out of a big piece of aluminum. And William, how do you pronounce that? Marakia? Welcome. I'm glad you came on over. It's good to see you. Welcome to the show. Dennis Farley. Good to see you, man. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Welcome. Sawyer Heslip. Welcome to the show, guys. Good to see you. So anyway, So I made a new arm because that arm broke and it won't feed the filament. So you can't print anything. So it's printing. It's feeding fine. Everything's fine. But I've got other issues now. It's the new filaments. Apparently, I don't have the temperatures right. I got some ABS and some PLA, and but the printer's at least it's feeding, so that part's fine. I just got to figure out what else wrong. I haven't used the thing in about a year. Just no extra money for filament, and so we'll play with that. We'll try to figure it out. Michael Statler, welcome. Sawyer Heslip. I hope I'm not butchering these names too bad. Tim, good to see you, man. Welcome. Mike, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I got Raptor cams here right on the table. We might be using that tonight. So, and I'll probably put it in the rafters anyways, just for Pilot Ryan. What's up, man? Good show, Ryan. I do like the new plane. I saw your show earlier, the review of the Timber X. It's a night flyer. I love night flyers, so I'm all over that thing. That's definitely gone onto the going to be my hanger list for sure. I still have my Pawnee Brave, and that's lit the same way. It's good they finally brought one back. That's the only plane. Well, the Night Visionaire. The Night Visionaire is the only thing they had now. So I'm glad they brought something else out. Yeah, sorry, William. Yeah, I botched it pretty bad. That's funny. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, I am not good with names. I try to sound them out, but some of them just don't like Michael Wright's. We everybody was calling him Raja or something. We were all saying it wrong forever. He finally spelled it phonetically for us, so now we've got that one right. Furball, good to see you, man. JM Online, welcome, guys. We've got a lot of new people here tonight. It's good to see y'all. Welcome. So anyway, that was one of the reasons I ordered from Hobby King, and then I've got some other stuff that I'm going to get to here in a minute. So, okay, so here's one of the things I wanted to share with you. If you ever had to chase a thread, mechanical thread, or thread a hole or anything on a model on one of your RC airplanes, Lowe's, and I'm sorry I don't have the plastic insert. It's a cardboard insert that tells you what size everything is, but this is a little tap and die set. I think it's $20 at Lowe's. And you get 5 taps, 5 dies, a tap handle, and a die handle. And it's all the sizes, I think 1.5 to 2.53 millimeter machine thread, your standard sizes. Every model airplane I've had to repair so far, this kit has done it. Every time I need to thread a hole, chase a thread, a strip thread, it's in this kit. So for $20, you guys can buy a tap and die set that will fix probably every model airplane you have if you need to put threads back in the hole. It's a metric set, and it does a great job. There's a blue and yellow cardboard insert that it's in the house. This is a triple fold, and when you unfold it to get the stuff out, you got to move the cardboard thing out of the way. And so I left it in the house, so it's kind of hard to see this. But awesome tap and die set for like $20. So if you guys do any of your own work, machine work kind of stuff, got to rethread a hole, go check that out at Lowe's. Really, really good thing. So the next thing I want to talk about is Dave Marshall had said about a month ago, I think he brought it up, that the ISDT discharger on Amazon, $79 I think it was, for discharging batteries in a hurry. I'm so glad he brought that up. It's a great idea, great deal. Uh, yeah, George, I have tons of. My dad was a machinist. I've got his entire machinist box. I have two giant sets of tap and dies, both American and metric. I've got boxes of dies and taps and just tons. But this is so convenient to just grab this anytime I'm working. And I could actually bring this with me to the flying field. It's a nice little, you know, organized. Everything has a little hole to put it in, and it's nice and organized. And it's just a super great, you know. I know if I need to tap a hole or, hey, Ray, good to see you, man. That'll work. And so that's the reason I brought that up. I have these giant sets of tap and dies, but they have all kinds of sizes that I'm never going to, you know, when you got a die, you know, 3/4 inch hole, you know, tap or die, I mean, that's not going to work on an RC airplane no matter what. So I don't need all that. So this is nice and convenient. That's the only reason I bring it up. For you guys that don't have any tap and dies and you've always needed to thread a hole, grab yourself one of these. And you guys that already have sets of them, listen, this is the one you throw in the car. You take to the flying field with you. It's nice and small. And if you need to fix a hole out at the field, this is it. You know, it's super great set for 20 bucks. It's just a sweet deal. So anyway, getting back to Dave's discharger. So I was poking around on Aviation, and ISDT also makes this one. This is a smaller version, and it's half the price. This one was 34 bucks. Does up to 6 cell at 6 amps discharge. And I'm charging 2 batteries right now. We're going to demonstrate it. I'm going to show you just how well it works and how easy it works. I discharged a fully charged 2200 3-cell in 9 minutes. You plug it in. It's super easy. There's 2 buttons. Simple to work. It's got a XT60 connector on it. You just plug it in, press a button, and then if you have it on the wrong voltage, it beeps at you. It tells you, no, wrong voltage, pick the right voltage. And then the amperage, it'll go anywhere from a half amp, 1 amp, up to 6 amp. And 1 amp increments down to half amp. So you can 6 amp it, 5 amp it, 4 amp, whatever, however you want to discharge it. But at 9 minutes it took to discharge a fully charged 2200 3-cell. So that's almost, depending on what you're flying, almost the same as flying it. You know, I usually get about 9 minutes on my 3-cell planes, like my Timber or my Pawnee or my Valiant, my Corsair, all my 3-cell 2200 size planes. I usually get 9-minute flights out of it. So it's really discharging at the same rate that I fly at. So right, yeah, this discharger is for the dumb batteries, not the smart packs, but the dumb batteries. Any battery, you can plug any battery into it. Doesn't matter. There's no balance lead. Doesn't care. Doesn't need that. It just puts a load on it. You decide the load. There's a fan inside of it that runs, keeps it cool. Anything over 3 amps, I think the fan runs continuously. So it's super little. I mean, it's just a little bit bigger than a 6-cell battery pack. It's really nice. I'm very happy with that. And I'm charging a 3-cell 2200 and a 4-cell 3600, and we're going to discharge both of those live. So I'm going to show you how easy this is to use and how quickly it works. Super great idea. I'm glad Dave Marshall brought that up and showed everybody. You know, 80 bucks was a little steep for me. I've been wanting to get it, but I just don't want to blow 80 bucks on it. I was like, you know, I just. And then when I found this one, which is about, I guess, It's going to take twice as long to discharge a battery if you want to discharge one that hard, but it's half as much. So you guys that didn't want to blow the $80 on the big boy that Air Marshal Dave talked about, maybe this one's more to your liking. I know it was definitely for mine. Wings RC, good to see you. Welcome to the show. It's a lot of new guys here tonight. It's really good to see all you new guys. Thank you for showing up. So we're going to demo that here in a minute. The 2200 is almost charged. Both of them, actually. These two are about charged. And then the other thing I bought, and a lot of you guys were watching the other shows, and other guys were talking about battery chargers and stuff this week as well, which just was, it's laughing my butt off that we all seem to be on the same page. Because like I said, I ordered all this stuff 2 weeks ago, and was waiting for it to come in. So for you guys that, have watched my show, I have a generator I take to the flying field. And that works great for charging batteries. Just plug my charger, it plugs into the wall. And you charge batteries. But depending on what size battery you're charging, the power supply that's inside these plug-in-the-wall chargers are usually not, unless you pay a lot of money for them. I didn't buy the high-dollar one. So I'm limited to, on a 6-cell pack, a maximum of 2 amps charge. I can't go any higher than that. It won't. The power supply won't support it. But if I hook it to my car battery, I could go to 10 amps. I could charge as high as 10 amps hooked to my car battery. So what I ended up doing, again, this I got it from Hobby King, is a power supply. So now plugging this into the generator and then plugging this charger using the DC in powered off of this, I can charge up to 16 amps total, which is 8 amps. It's a dual charger. So that's 8 amps on each side. I can go 8 amps on A and 8 amps on B at the same time, charge on a 6-cell pack, and this will support it because this is a 16 amp output. Or I can go 10 amps on one side and then 6 amps on the other, whatever equals 16 or less. So now I can hard charge batteries, and not hard charge, I'm just charging them at 1C. If I've got a 5,000 pack, okay, well I need to charge it at 5 amps to be 1C. And the charger on plugged into the wall will only go to 2 amps on a 6-cell pack because it just doesn't have a big enough power supply in it. But now I can go to 5 amps because this is going to provide that for me. So and both, this was like, I think this was $35 or $39 for this power supply, and the discharger was $34.95, I believe. So so these are a couple things I got. And we're going to do a little demo here. I've got Raptor Cam sitting here. We might bring it over here and show you on the screen that I can set this charger with a 6-cell plugged into it to whatever amperage I want. It's not going to charge over 2 amps. That's all it can handle. That's 2 amps each side. 2 amps on A, 2 amps on B. I can charge 2 batteries at the same time, 2 6-cell packs, but only at... yeah, Ryan, but that's your higher dollar smart 8 amp. The little cheapy one won't go 8 amps, right? It's the bigger one that goes up to 8 amps. Don't those have to be plugged into a power supply too, though? I mean, they don't come with, you have them plugged into a power supply, right? You don't have them, they don't plug into the wall. They don't have a built-in power supply. You're using the big smart power supply, right? Harry Funderwhite. Boy, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back to the show, buddy. Jeff's Custom RC. Good to see you, man. Love RC. Hey, welcome back, man. I'm glad you're back in the show. It's good to see you. I missed you. Who else am I missing in here? Got a lot of people here tonight. 48. That's fantastic, guys. Thank you so much. I'm just backing up in chat minute here. I'm just checking out some of the stuff you guys are talking about. Hey George, which brand batteries have an auto discharger in them? Just curious. I didn't know that. I hadn't run into that yet. Hey Lewis. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, so far, guys, I gotta tell you, I'm pretty happy with my smart batteries. I have three. I have a 4 cell. I have a 6 cell pack, a 4 cell pack, and a 3 cell pack. Got one of each. And yeah, Ryan, that's what I thought. And yeah, I honestly, I'm not too disappointed at all in the smart stuff. Um, if I was in the market for another battery charger, I'd probably buy one of those. It's just, they just came out with that stuff, and I needed a battery charger 3 or 4 years ago, and now I don't need another one. So, but yeah, I don't have too many complaints about the smart stuff so far. It's been priced right. I think it's a good price, fair price, and good stuff so far, from what I can tell. I like it. Um, if this battery charger goes bad, I'll probably be looking at a smart one. Um, why not? It price wise, it's right in line with the other one. So why not take advantage of the extra stuff you get? You guys can probably hear that. This thing talks. So that's the Admiral 45C 2200 Pro Series. Okay. So here's the, and that's how small this thing is, guys. And that's a 2200 3 cell. You all have those. I mean, it's a pretty small little unit. Um, so here's all you do: you plug this in, just like that, and nothing happens. You got to press one of the buttons. Either one doesn't make any difference. There's only 2 buttons on it. And the top row here is cells. Apparently it won't do a 1S battery. Goes up to 8S. Oh, I thought it was a 6S. Yeah, it goes up to 8S. So it'll do up to an 8S battery. So you press a button, and all this stuff lights up. A little green light here in the middle. And then so it's beeping at me because it defaulted to the last battery I had discharged, which was a 4S. It doesn't like that. So I got to set it. So you just hit the button until you get to 3S. It's going to go upwards. So you can just go all the way around. So we'll put it on. Nope. Went right back to 4S. Okay, so I got it on 3S, and then we're going to put it on 6 amps. Okay. And now there's a green light blinking in the middle. and the fan's on, and it's discharging. Okay, so what's the time? 9:40. Okay, started at 9:40. I'm just gonna let it sit right there. If the fan noise is too loud, let me know and I'll move it. But we're gonna let that sit there and discharge. We'll see how long it takes. It was 9 minutes last time I checked it, so we'll see if it does it again in 9 minutes. That's at 6 amps. So that's way less than the 45C. So we're not hurting the battery in any way. That's a very gentle flight, the way I usually fly my 3S batteries anyway. So so that's going to sit there, and that's all there is to it, guys. Just plug the battery in. There's no balance lead necessary, nothing. Just plug it in, turn it on, and let it run. It's very simple. Deuce is wild. Good to see you, man. Love it. It depends. If you want something that can handle the higher loads, there's that Duo charger from, God, I can't remember the name. I think it has a power supply big enough to do 10 amps on each channel, but it's also $300 for the charger. I forget the brand name it is. And that's, I can't remember if that even comes with the power supply. See, the problem is, it's not so much, most of them can handle higher amperage charging if you're plugged into a car battery or a DC power supply that can put out that kind of amperage. It's the power supply they built into the chargers, your limitation. If you plug it into the wall, it just can't handle a high enough load to charge them as quick as you want. Now, I can go up to about 4 amps on a 3-cell pack per side, somewhere around there. I think it's 4.2, maybe 4 amps on a 3-cell. But as the voltage goes up, the amperage goes down. The power supply can't handle it. So that's the limiter. But if you plug this particular charger, will do 10 amps each side as long as it's plugged into, you know, either a power supply that can handle 20 amps. This one can, it's 16. Or your car battery. Of course, it's going to kill your car battery in a hurry, unless you got the motor running. And even then, that might put quite a load on it. So that's what you have to look for. You know, what kind of amperage plugged in versus DC. Yeah, George, I have so many different brands of batteries, you know, over the years. So, and that's why I like the Taranis radio with the telemetry, because it's not brand specific. Any battery works. You just plug the balance lead into it, and it doesn't care what battery, you know, brand it is. Well, if the bus is running, you can charge whatever you want, because that's got an alternator the size of your house. So, yeah, if you're on the bus, you're good. No worries. Dave's RC, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. So, anyway, that's the limiting factor on the chargers you guys buy. So when you're shopping for chargers, check and see what kind of loads it can handle per channel, plugged into the wall. Because mine was advertised 10 amps, but that's running on DC. Plugged into the wall, it won't work. It won't handle that load, you know, because the power supply. Look at how big this power supply is. This is only 16 amps. There's no way that fits inside this charger. Okay, so they're not going to build this into this And you're not going to get it. This was $100 charger. You're not going to get this $100 charger with this big boy in it. You know, it's just not going to happen. So you gotta decide how you want to charge, and you know, what kind of batteries are you charging. Listen, if you fly mostly, uh-oh, I got to plug my laptop back in. I forgot I had it unplugged. It was in the way of the milling machine, and I was on the milling machine last night, so I unplugged it to get the cord out of my way so I wouldn't trip over it. And, okay. That should be good. We should be alright now. Yeah, that's fine. We're good. So, can you hear that fan running? Is it very loud? Now, there's no meter on there, but the balance lead's available. So if you want to take your checker and plug it into the balance lead so you can see it as it's discharging, you know, you'll have a meter, you can do that because this doesn't use the balance lead. So yeah, you can, I can plug this in right now and it'll tell me what, I can watch it as it's discharging. So we're already down to 3.9 per cell right now. And they're all dead even. 3.9 across the board. So sounds like it's ramping up right now, the fan. So I'm probably going to, if I have the leads I need, which I think I do, I'm going to plug this in, and then we're going to run the charger off of this and charge a battery and show you the difference of what it'll do with the built-in power supply versus what it'll do with this power supply. My problem out at the flying field, even though I have a generator, which makes life so much better, if I'm trying to recharge a 6-cell pack to fly, it takes, at 2 amps, it takes a long time. Yeah, Dennis, I try to do that. I charge at 1C. I never charge over 1C, hardly ever. Maybe 1.2 sometimes, but I'm very good to my batteries. And I always try to fly them dead, but I usually have too many batteries charged on a day where weather rolls in. So now I'm going home because it's raining with charged batteries. You know, I like to try to fly them all out. I don't have a problem flying in the dark. I've got night planes. So if I've still got batteries charged and the weather's good, I'm going to fly them out. But, sometimes it just isn't going to happen. We get bad weather, and you got to make do. So that's why I got this discharger. So I don't have to let them sit here. You guys, I'm sure you've all tried to discharge your batteries on your battery charger, and it takes a week. I mean, I think it's discharging at 1C. So it takes forever to discharge a battery on your battery charger. Sawyer, anything you want to talk about? What am I drinking? I'm drinking Diet Mountain Dew. I don't drink alcohol. Never have, never will. Not an alcohol guy. I've never had a drink in my life. It just scares me. I'll jump out of an airplane before I'll drink alcohol. It just scares me. So, never had money for it. I started this hobby when I was 13, and it was either buy airplane stuff or booze. Beer. Airplane stuff. Absolutely. Wasn't interested in drinking. Then when I got old enough to drive a car, I started racing cars and flying airplanes. There was never any extra money for alcohol or drugs, so never done any of that stuff. Uh, so yeah, so just a Diet Mountain Dew is what's in the cup, and yeah, any subjects open. You know, if there's something you want to ask questions about, you want to talk about, bring it. Um, After I do some of this stuff, so this is down to 3.82, so this thing's almost done, and it looks like we're at 10 minutes right now, and it's going to shut off here in a few seconds. So it looks like it took 10 minutes tonight for that battery. Yeah, George, that's a good idea too. But I never run out of batteries. I mean, I always, you know, with the generator running, I can always charge batteries. Um, I just weather's so unpredictable. You never know when, you know, out of nowhere a storm shows up, and I usually have batteries on charge the entire time I'm at the field. I go to the field with a lot of batteries pre-charged, and then I start recycling them, you know, to keep flying, because I usually fly 15 flights a day on average. A 15 on Saturday, 15 on Sunday. Um, okay, so it's done. That was 11 minutes. And it just beeps like that for a couple of seconds. I think about 20 seconds, and then it shuts up. Um, so the resting voltage now is at 3.85. If you want to go a little farther, I've done this. You can set this thing to like a half amp and let it. It won't. The fan won't run at half amp. Um, and then you can. It looks like I have to unplug it to reset it. And then you can let it kill it the rest of the way gently. But 3.85 is fine. I'm not at all worried about that. Okay, so now it's discharging at half amp. So I'm just gonna let it sit there and work on that now. So that was it. That's how quickly it discharged. You know, and it's a plug and forget. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to do anything. You just plug it in and let it discharge, and it automatically shuts off. You don't have to worry about it. It's pretty cool. Can we see the B2? Really? Yeah. I can go get that. It's going to take a minute to get it. It's not easy access, but I might be able to get it. If you want to see the B2, we can bring it out. Good, Victor. So yeah, you're like me. See, you know, when I go to the flying field, I go to fly. I don't do a lot of sitting around socializing. I fly. That doesn't mean I don't stop to hang out with the guys, but I do a lot of flying. You know, I keep planes in the air pretty regularly. Sometimes I'm repairing planes. Sometimes I bring planes out to the field while I'm there. I'll fix something. Usually something easy. Yeah, 10 amp is 2C on a, what's that, a 5,000 pack. Right, Deuce is wild. That's exactly the situation I'm talking about. That's exactly why I bought this thing. Because when I leave the field, especially like on a Sunday, if it's Saturday, I'm not worried about it because I'm going to fly Sunday anyway. It's just one battery I'm ahead for tomorrow's flying. But when I leave the field on Sunday, I never know if I'm going to make it back to the field before the weekend again or not. Sometimes, but not always. So, um, the smart batteries that discharge themselves are great, but I don't know how long. Um, once it starts discharging, how long does it take? Because it can't be discharging it much. You know, there's no big heat sink inside that battery, so I have no idea how long it takes. Farmer Man, good to see you. Oh, buddy. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Boom. Boom. There you go. Thank you, man. That's great. It's good to see you, man. You've been, what have you been doing? You haven't been on here very much. Well, I'm waiting for you to come down here for your gator tail, dude. I'm waiting. I did all the research. I know exactly where we're going. Just get your butt down here. RC blimps. I actually have a blimp that was not. It was remote controlled. It was on a wire. It was a very light wire, and it was about a 50-foot wire, maybe 30-foot. And I tried to convert it to RC, but this was 20 years ago, and at that time everything was too heavy, so it wouldn't fly. I took one of those little RC helicopters apart and put it in there, and it was just too heavy. But now I'm sure I can make it work. So I'm gonna dig it back out. You can buy a small cylinder of helium, for blowing up party balloons or whatever. So I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna reintroduce the blimp. It's a little Goodyear blimp. The blimp itself looks pretty cool. It was round. It wasn't one of those flat blimps. It was a round blimp. Oh, Dave, buddy, thank you so much, man. Trying to outdo Farmer Man. So, thank you, Dave. Man, I appreciate that so much. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm going to retry that. And Paul, welcome. Meant to say that I saw your message. I have not got the glider yet. I keep checking. It supposedly shipped, but I haven't. The tracking number they gave me has not showed up on the radar yet anywhere. So I don't know where it is or how soon it's coming. But it was supposed to be 15 days, and we're coming up on that like this week. So I'm expecting it any day. It's a ASW 28 or AWS 28. I don't know, whichever way the 9-foot glider. Owen, I love you, buddy. You guys are hilarious. So yeah, Owen, Dock Knockers, that's where we're going. When you get your butt down here, they serve an awesome gator tail. That's where we're going. As soon as you get your butt down here. And listen, if you get to I think you said it was your aunt's house. Listen, if you get to your aunt's house and need a ride, I'll come get you. That's not a problem. So you don't need to rent a car or any of that. You just get your butt down here, and I'll take it from there. Yeah, Dave. Yeah, I set you up to that. That's hilarious. Oh my God, that's funny. So anyway, yeah, that's yeah. So the RC blimp. You had a question about another RC something besides the blimp. What was there? Somebody did. What was it? I know Lewis wants to see the B2. I'll try to get that down. What other question did we have in here? Listen, guys, if I don't answer it, don't think I'm ignoring it. I probably missed it. So just ask again. That's all. Just ask again. All right, so now we're going to try the 4-cell pack and see how quick that discharges. So let's unplug this, because that's charged now. Yeah, don't think if you ask a question I don't answer it, it's probably because I didn't see it. If I will acknowledge, if I see it, even if I don't want to answer it, I'll acknowledge it. I'll just tell you, listen, I'm not going to go into that or whatever. I will acknowledge the question, no matter what it is. So if I don't, I didn't see it. Ask again. And just keep asking until I see it. Put some fiery emojis next to it or something to get my attention. Just ask again. And I will do my best to answer any of your questions. All right, so what time is it? 10:01. All right, so let's fire this baby up. 4S, 6 amp. We'll let that one run. We'll see how that one does. So Owen's got a new drone video up. He just sent the link. So if you guys want to check that out, just right-click on it, open it in a new window, guys. You won't lose your space here. It'll open in another window, and you can toggle back and forth if you want. Just make sure you right-click and then open in a new window or new tab, whichever way you want to do it. And you won't lose your spot here. You won't lose the chat here. So, Ron Nash just remade in 3 Rex repairs today. Sweet! Good job, man. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I always love hearing the repair maiden videos. That's good. What discharger brand? It's the one that Dave Marshall talked about, the ISDT. So the one he talked about was a bigger one. It was $80, $79.95, whatever, on Amazon. And this is it's half the price. It's $34.95. I think this one only goes up to 6 amps, and I think that one that Dave either did 10 or 12 amps, maybe 20 even. I'm not sure. It was a bigger one, but it was more expensive. I was really wanting to get it, but I just couldn't pull the trigger on $80. How badly do I need it? Not that bad. It was a great idea. I thought it was wonderful. I keep going there and looking at the damn thing. And then I stumbled onto this one on Hobby King's website. I was shopping around, just poking around to see what else I could order with my filament. And I stumbled onto it, and I'm like, boy, at that price, I'm in. So I bought it. And I've been playing with it for a few days. Like I said, it came in Monday. So I've only had a couple of days to fool with it. But so far, it's working great. Very happy with it. Now, I can't see the blimp because I don't know where it is at the moment. When I moved here, I packed all the stuff up, and I've got 2 big trailers here packed full of stuff that I never unloaded because I don't have any place to put it. The 100 watts on the smaller one. Yeah, I think that they call this an FD100, right? Yeah, I think it says FD100, so I guess that's 100 watts. So I think the bigger one was 200 watts. I'm not sure. I don't remember. The bigger one looked even cooler. That one looks really cool, but the bigger one even looked cooler than that. There's twice the money, more than twice the money, and I think this will serve me just fine. I'm not in that big a hurry. I don't have to have a battery discharged in 5 minutes. So I probably would never use the full capacity of that thing anyway. I think this one's going to do fine. So far, I've been doing some testing, and I'm very happy with it. So I think for me personally, that was the right choice. You know, and when Dave gets in here, I'm gonna thank him again for bringing that up because it was a really uh, good suggestion. You know, so don't go anywhere, guys. I'm getting popcorn. Oh, do they sell this through Horizon Hobby too? Really? Cool. I didn't see it there, but you know, I don't know how I stumbled onto it. Mike, what plane is the the 90 millimeter fan in? I didn't notice anything specific. So, what plane is a 90 millimeter 8S? Is it a new plane they're coming out with? Yeah, I have a hovercraft Sawyer. It's a Tyco brand, which sounds like a toy, but it really works good. Um, it's lime green, you know, and I think it uses a 6 volt. Yeah, I think it's a 6 volt battery that powers the skirt, and then there's a fan on the back. And I think no, I think there's two fans on the back, and differential thrust is how it steers. I don't think there's a rudder. I think there's two fans. Um, I could probably get that too. I think I know where that is. Um, I think that one, unless it's over here. No, it must be in the house. So, but I think I know where it is. So yeah, I can go get that one too. We can go take a look at that. Um, I'm guessing the weather is what's killing Farmer Man. Either the weather or his work. Because once he starts working, he probably works 16-hour days. Yeah, there's several FMS, or I'm sorry, free wing planes that are 8S. Um, I have, I only have one 8S version of the Yak, the 90 millimeter Yak 130 is 8S. I didn't opt for the F-22 8S because um, speed wasn't my um, speed wasn't my objective on that plane. I wanted something that is light wing loading, easy to fly, try to conserve. I'm not going anywhere, Randy, and I'm glad to give you a hug, buddy. Hey, pull my finger. Right, right, Michael. Your finger was getting lonely. Oh, the Yak's awesome, Ryan. I love that Yak 130 is awesome. It's the out of all the planes I have, it's the most scale looking, detail, landing gear, sound. It sounds like a jet. I mean, it sounds more like a jet than any other plane. I used to think the free wing F-86 was the best sounding jet that I had heard, and this puts that to shame. This literally sounds like a jet. It really does. And everybody out of the flying field says the same thing. When I fly that plane, everybody loves it. It sounds so good. It looks so good. The landing gear, it actually floats on the landing gear. It's not, like full tension and then it only compresses when it hits a bump. It's literally floating in the middle. So it goes up and down. The suspension goes up and down while the plane just is almost rock solid smooth while the suspension's doing all this underneath. It's an awesome airplane. Um, I wanted that plane for a long, long time, back when it was ready to fly and Motion had it. And then um, I got wind that they were discontinuing it, so I bought two of them. I had to have it. And I'm really glad I did. Hey, Flaps, you're here. Good to see you, man. What's up, Michael? Lambertino? I know I butchered it, but it's good to see you, man. Haven't seen you in a while. No, not all the trees are down yet, Paul, but I'm getting close. There's 9 down. Um, I have, I think, 4 more to go. Um, they're mostly all cut up. The only thing left um, is basically the big the trunk of the tree. All the branches are cut off and burnt. The trunks are still there because my neighbor across the street has a fireplace and he's been cutting and stacking firewood. So I'm going to walk across the street and ask him if he wants this stuff before I cut it up and burn it, and see if he wants them before I cut them up and burn it. But we're getting real close on the trees. The engineering drawings showed up this week. I think actually they maybe last Friday. I don't remember. It hasn't been a week yet. So the drawings are here. I have to go online and download there's a couple of forms I need to fill out. So I got to download the forms, fill them out, and then take the engineering drawings and the forms up to the county building and submit them. And they told me it'd only be about 2 weeks before they'd approve it. So who's talking about trucks? I'm not talking about trucks. If you're talking about trucks in the chat, I missed it. Did somebody get kidnapped? No, I don't think we're talking about that either. See what happens when you show up late, Ethan? You don't know what's going on. Just got off a model railroad. I'm assuming that's what RR stands for, chat. Well, that's cool. Another railroader. Cool. Hey, Dave, have you flown your yak yet? Yeah, Sawyer, I'm a big train guy too. I have everything Z gauge, HO, or Z N H O O G and then a couple other stuff. Um, Not a huge collection, but I got a lot of stuff. I've been a big train guy longer than I've been an RC guy. And I started with trains when I was around 8. I was 13 when I started RC, so my train history is longer than my RC history. Well, Dave, when is your state still shut down, or are you guys open back up? What's going on up there? What kind of popcorn? We talking movie style, kettle corn? What'd you do, farmer man? Wow, another railroad engineer. We got two Michaels in here that are both railroad engineers. That's awesome. The EC 1500 repair is good. The only thing I'm farting around with now is, and that's another reason I got the 3D printer out, is I want to 3D print. I might just make it out of plywood. The nose gear has a big round disc that's not supported, only by foam. And when I had the bad landing, when the wind drove me into the ground, when the prop fell off, um, it folded it back. Now it popped back in place, and it works, but there's no real support there. So I want to build a wooden, like they do on the nose gear of the Avanti, with a half round circle support up against that round disc so that it'll support the nose gear. So that's the only thing I'm doing is farting with that right now. And like I said, I was going to 3D print it, but I'm having issues with the 3D printer, so I think I'm just going to make it out of thin plywood. And I'll just remove some foam out of the bottom of the plane right there and glue it in place. Um, so that's all that's left. The plane's fine after that. I got the motor all fixed and everything. Balanced the new prop. It's all ready to go. So yeah, we're going to put that back in the air soon. I may make that plywood piece tomorrow, and I'll be flying it this weekend. Um, we'll see. So Dave's RC. Are your flying fields shut down, or are they open? What's your status up there? Are you trying to get a Horizon Hobby Spectrum servo? Because I think it's just a standard. Isn't it just a regular 9 gram servo? I just happen to have the wing right here. I was doing a decal install demonstration last week. Oh, that's the flap servo. Yeah, it looks like a standard 9 gram servo. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I decided to put the Coast Guard decal on mine, on the wings at least. I don't know if I'm going to put it on the fuselage, but I went ahead and put it on the wing. So, oh, it's under warranty. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'd wait too. Well, that didn't beep that it stopped, but the fan shut down. So what's that telling me? Huh? It's still discharging, but the fan shut off. So it's probably close to quitting. Yeah, it's sometimes you run into that. So there's a couple of ways you can do it. Um, if you have an extra channel, you can always just take it off the Y connector, put it on a separate channel, and then mix it, and you can fix it that way. Or you can buy a servo reverser. There's a couple of different brands out there. Um, they're usually 6-8 bucks. Um, and you plug your servo into that and it'll reverse it. And so if you've got a backwards servo, you can easily reverse it. And then some of them are programmable. You can put them into a servo uh, programmer and reverse them internally. I think a lot of the digital ones are reversible. You just have to buy the servo checker reverser gizmo, and then you can plug the servo into it and reverse it. So yeah, Sawyer, I'm going to go get him. I just want to see how long this battery takes. I want to wait till it's finished. It's going to finish here in a couple minutes. And then I'm going to go get the hovercraft and the airplane. So just hang tight. We're going to go do that quickly here. I just want to let that finish. Because right now we're at 21 minutes on the discharge of that. Um, and that's a 3600 4 cell. Okay? So, and it's just got a tiny bit of warmth to it. So, there it is. It just finished. Okay, so that was 22 minutes it took to discharge that. Um, that's fine. That's plenty fast enough for me. I'm not in that big a hurry. As long as it discharges, in less than an hour, I'm fine with it. That's perfect. So yeah, Dave, I know it's nice just to go in and window shop, even if you're not going to buy anything. It's just nice to go hang out with all the cool toys. I miss that because we don't have any hobby shops here at all. The closest one to me is about an hour and about not distance wise that far, but traffic wise, about an hour and a half away. And I'm not driving an hour and a half in traffic to go window shop in the store. You know, so that's what's killing it for me. So, all right, so let me go get. Let me see if I can. I know I can put my hands on the hovercraft pretty fast. I think it's going to be a little trickier to get to the B2, but let me go see what I can do. So, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, so here's the hovercraft. I don't know if I have. Yeah, this is so it takes a I think it's a 6-volt battery. It's one of those little flat packs that has a Tamiya plug on it. And the battery bay is here in the front. So you put the flat pack in there, it plugs in right there. It's a Tamiya plug. For you guys who've been there doing this a while, you know what a Tamiya plug looks like. And then when you turn it on, it powers this fan in the middle here, which fills the skirt. It's got a nice rubber skirt on it here. It fills the skirt up, and it hovers. And then the dual thrust on the fans. You got thrust vectoring to turn it. And it works great in a swimming pool. I was in my buddy's pool one day fooling around with it. It was running great in the pool. It's pretty damn fast on a tennis court. I had it out on a tennis court one day, and it was rocking. But the problem is out in the wind. This has no authority over wind. So if it's breezy, it's just going to go. It doesn't matter what direction it's pointed. It's going to go whichever way the wind's blowing. It just, because it's floating on a cushion of air, these motors don't have enough authority to. I mean, it will if you can get it pointed directly into the wind. But what happens is it tends to get blown off to the side, and once it's off to the side, it might still be running forward but the wind's going to blow it. If the wind's blowing that way, it's going to be pointed that way and try to go that way, but the wind's going to blow it this way. And it's just, it's a real fight in the wind. So, but it's a lot of fun. It's cool. Ice and snow, no problem. Yeah, it works fine on ice, snow. It'll run over anything. It's a hovercraft. It's floating on air. So anything that's not porous. I mean, if it's got a porous floor, it's not going to float on that. But anything that's, the smoother the better. So if you're talking about snow that doesn't have footprints, nice smooth snow, yeah, it'll float right over it beautifully. See, the problem is the voids, a footprint of snow, when it runs over that footprint, there's going to be a big hole of air that this has to fill. So it's going to bottom out while it goes over that footprint, because all the air that's floating in it's going to a volume. Now we're talking about more cubic inches of air that has to fill the footprint. And that's going to disrupt the floating. So as long as it's smooth, it'll just float right over. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care what's under it, as long as it's smooth. Snow, ice, water, sand, concrete, doesn't matter. It doesn't care. Gravel can be a little bit of a problem because it's not consistent enough. So air will deflect through the gravel and escape out from under the skirt. So it doesn't work quite as well over, thick gravel. Fine stuff's fine. But yeah, this thing's got to be 30 years old. It's a lot of fun to play with. If you're in a gymnasium inside, awesome. It'll work great in there. My buddy's swimming pool, when I was playing with it there, was great because he had shrubs around it and it was blocking the wind from outside. So the wind wasn't affecting it any, and it just went right through the pool. So it did great. But yeah, it's a cute little. I love the rubber skirt is so authentic. When it literally it inflates just like a real hovercraft, and bulges up, and then it's floating on it, and it's so scale looking when it inflates the boot, the skirt, and then when you throttle it up, it just starts scooting along, and You know, it's pretty cute. Um, like I said, if it's radio control, I own it. You know, I can't stop buying this stuff. I just love it. You know, now Ryan's getting kind of hooked on it too because he's really hooked on the surface truck stuff now. Um, I've been doing that as long as I've been flying. Um, I think I bought a Subaru Brat Tamiya. Was my first surface vehicle, and I bought that the same year I started flying. You know, when it started snowing and I couldn't get out to the flying field, I still wanted to play with something. So I would sit in my house. This was up in Cleveland, Ohio. I'd sit in my house, sitting on a coffee table, looking out the front window. And I'd take the Subaru Brat and set it in the snow outside, come back inside, and run it around on the ground, looking out the window. So the neighbors would walk by and they see this RC truck running around and they don't see anybody driving it because I'm in the house looking out the window. So yeah, so I just I love toys. I mean, any kind, doesn't matter. So I saw this. I said I gotta have it. It was a mail order. It's got styrofoam inside the skirt, so if it loses power, like on water, it's not going to sink. It's going to float on the styrofoam that's in the boot. So it's not like, oh crap, I ran out of battery. It's going to sink in the middle of the water. No, it won't sink. It floats. But it doesn't float on a cushion or anything. It's got styrofoam inside here, as flotation device in case it runs out of battery. So, just a well thought out, well engineered. It's worked awesome. I have never had any problem with this thing. It's cool looking. It's got a great looking profile. I love the color. These bright lime green, yellow colors I love. So if it was a little greener, I'd even love it more. But this is cool. And yeah, it's just a good looking little hovercraft. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah. I never had a grasshopper, but I had the frog, and I had the wild. What did they call that thing? Not the Wild Willie, the Jeep, the wheelie Jeep. It was a desert vehicle. I think it's right over there on the shelf. Actually, it was tan and red, uh, like a dune buggy looking, kind of like Rat Patrol looking sand dune buggy thing. Had that one. I had a bunch of Tamiya vehicles. Um, I had that big Ford with the shifting transmission. Um, I think it was a I think it was a 4 or 5 speed real transmission. It was a big long Allison looking thing, and it would pull levers on the side of it when you shifted it, and it would actually change gears inside this mechanism transmission. That was the most scale looking thing I'd ever seen in my life. So I had one of those, and I had the 959 Porsche from Tamiya, and what else did I have from Tamiya? I still have. I don't have the truck anymore. I sold that. That was expensive. Christ, that thing was like $400 or $500 way back then, and somebody wanted it, and I said, okay, take it. Yeah, well, yeah, pretty much all that stuff was weak. Um, the Tamiya stuff is mostly plastic. Wasn't well engineered, but it was fun. It was cool. It was affordable. So, um, I raced the Frog for years before I bought the RC10, which is right there. Um, and I'm trying to think what other Tamiya vehicles I have. There's some new ones I wouldn't mind having too, but man, their stuff got really pricey. Wow. And I'm really surprised how expensive Tamiya stuff is these days. Um, yeah, Blackfoot. Yeah, I don't think I ever had one of those, but a bunch of guys that used to come to my hobby shop had them. They were fun. That was a good looking truck. I still have a brand new to my a stadium truck. It's still brand new in the box. The plastic wrap's still on it. I forget what. I think it's a Nissan Stadium truck from Tamaya. Yeah, we're talking. It's 30 years old at least. Um, I still have that. It's in the trailer. I can't get to it, but I now I have it. I still have an RC10 in the box, brand new in the box. When I closed the hobby shop, I had some leftover stuff. Trying to make it an erector set into a Tonka toy, huh? That's funny. Oh yeah, the lunchbox. That was a good one. Yeah. Yeah, Tamaya had a bunch of. You know which one I still would love to have. They brought the Willys Jeep back out. You know the wheelie Willys. I love that thing. That thing is so fun. It's hilarious because it's just wheelies the whole time, and you can't stop laughing. It's just so funny to watch that thing running around. So yeah, if I get another if this other stimulus check comes in, I may actually buy that. You know, just to get it because I'd really love to have that one again. I built one for a friend of mine, and I used to drive it all the time with him, and we had so much fun with that damn thing. And that was one that was just hilarious. I really loved that thing. Yeah, yeah. The Grasshopper and the Hornet were really the same car. I think the Hornet had some maybe better shocks on it. Um, Nothing, no major difference. It's pretty much the same vehicle. Oh, you're kidding, Lewis. You have a Wild Willie? Do you really? You got to bring that out to the field, dude. Yeah, absolutely. You got to bring that to the field. That thing is a hoot. I love that thing, man. That was so much fun back in the day. That really was. That was just hilarious. They brought it back. I don't know if they still have it out, but if they do, I think I'm going to get one. Um, That's one of the Tamiya vehicles that I miss. I would love to have that thing. Um, that thing was just. I remember how much we just couldn't stop laughing. It was just so funny to watch. For the rest of you guys in the chat, Luis Lopez is one of the guys that flies with me out at my flying field. And I'm going to give you a wrench, buddy. Um, he has a couple of cool jets. Awesome painter, guys. You should see what he did to. He has a red hawk, a red arrow. You know the BAE Hawk, the red arrow, the free wing version, and he repainted it. I don't know what is it, a blue and gray camo. Um, it looks great. He did a great job on it. It's beautiful. I love what he did to it. Um, yeah, you got to bring the willies out. All right, so I'm gonna go see if I can get the B2 down. That's gonna be a little trickier to get to, but I think I can get my hands on it. Yeah, I think the motors were different in the Hornet and the Grasshopper too. You're right. I think that's right. Um, Yeah. Sawyer? Yeah. And a matter of fact, I have it right here. So I have my very first radio. For you new guys in the chat, I started flying in 1973. I was 13. Do the math, you'll know how old I am. So this was my first radio. This is a Kraft Series 70. I bought it in 1973, used, for 150 bucks. 3-channel. Okay? So that's where this thing was like $300 new. Back in 1970. Okay? And today you can buy a 16-channel radio for $100. So, brand new, not used. But yeah, this has an antenna that I can reach the camera. Okay? So, yeah, here you go. Yeah, it's a fishing pole. So yeah, this is the old days, guys. You know, for you newbies that don't know, you know, the frequencies we used. There were 17 available. You had to put a clothespin on your transmitter with a frequency on it and flags on the end of the antenna, so that everybody at the field knew what channel you were on, so they wouldn't turn their radio on. It was ridiculous. This 2.4 gigahertz has got me so spoiled, it's unbelievable. So yeah, I can't tell you how different it is today. But yeah, this is my very first radio, right here. Yeah, going fishing. So the technology has come a long way, guys. You know, there's no dual rates, no nothing. You got digital proportional trims, and the third channel is the throttle, which is just a trim lever, and that's it. No switches, no buttons, no buddy box, no nothing. Okay. Yeah, 27 and 72. Yeah, this is on 72. I think it's on 72 960, which the color was yellow and white. Pretty sure that's what that was, 960. And then my other radio was on 160, which is blue and white. I still remember that. So, and the 27 megahertz were single color, you know, either red, blue, green. Those were the 27 frequencies. Yeah, there was a board out at the field. There was a transmitter impound. You had to impound your transmitter. If you wanted to fly, you had to get the pin, you know, the clothespin that had your frequency on it, and clip it to your antenna, and that gave you permission to take your radio out of the transmitter impound and go fly. And the honor system is you're not supposed to turn your radio on in the pits or nothing unless you have that pin, the clothespin. But guys would do it anyway. Planes would get shot down. You know, some people are very rude about it too. They tell you to go, oh, well, that's just a part of the hobby. You know, go screw yourself. And meanwhile, you know, your balsa airplane's in a million pieces because we didn't have foam planes back then. We were just starting to come out with foam wings. So my very first airplane is sitting right here too. This is the plane I learned to fly on. 1973. So this is supposed to be, this was made by Ace RC. And it was called Dick, I even have the box. Okay, the box is sitting right there. It was called Dick's Dream. I didn't make up the name. And this is the wing for it. This is what and I have pictures of me holding this airplane when I was 13 years old. I'm holding it just like this. Okay? So one day I'll find that picture and I'll show you. But this was my first airplane. Foam wing. Bare foam. You know, this was, for you guys that don't know, there was no foam injection back then. They hot wire cut foam back then. So this is a constant cord wire cut foam wing that you would, you know, it comes in two pieces. You'd have to sand like a 30-degree so you can make dihedral and glue it together. And then I wrapped it with fiberglass cloth right here in the middle. There's no spar in it, you know, so that you're relying on the foam. Of course, it's it used a Cox 049 engine, so it wasn't like I was going to G-force it and snap the wing. But yeah, that was the. Yeah, so this was supposed to be a rudder only or free flight airplane. Okay, this was designed to use the the pulsing rudder only, so you could either control it with that or free flight it. And I decided to go with elevator and rudder. And this is another thing from back in the day. I sewed these hinges on. So you would take thread and needle, and I don't know if you can see that or not, but you would stitch the wing, the control surfaces on, and that would give you. Listen, this plane's 47 years old. Yeah, it survived. The hinges are still on it. So, that's saying something. And then it's got solar film on it. It wasn't monocoat. You can't use monocoat on the foam. The heat's too high. It just melts. It would melt the foam. So you put solar film on it. It was much lower heat. So the wing's covered in solar film. Well, the whole plane's covered in solar film. I figured, why not? But yeah, that's my very first airplane. Learned to fly on this airplane. I don't throw nothing away, guys. I have everything. Every radio I've had, I pretty much have everything. There's a couple, like that big truck. I sold it because it was expensive, and somebody offered me more than I had paid for it, and I played with it for probably a year, and he had to have it. He offered me more money than it was new, and okay, I sold it. I need the money. Yeah, there's several guys at my flying field that are still using their old 72 radios, because they don't have any reason to change. I have too many airplanes. Back in the day, there's no model memory in these radios. So, you have to have a radio for every plane, or you have to remove the receiver. Well, you can have more than one receiver, but all the trims are going to be wrong. So each time you fly a different airplane, you have to retrim it, because there's no model memory, no trim memory, none of that. So yeah, it was a pain to share a radio back in the day. I did it. I had a couple of different airplanes, a couple of Quickie 500s. Here's a couple of those right here, the remnants of the crash. So here's the front half of a Quickie 500. And the back half is layered here somewhere from a second plane. They're not the same airplane. So I crashed two of them, and I'm going to put them back together and make a new one. Because the tail section, I was able to cut it at a bulkhead. So now I can glue it together at the bulkhead, and I'll have a fuselage, complete. And then I just have to, it's a constant chord wing, so there's only one rib to cut out. And you cut out a shitload of ribs and put them on a spar and glue it together, and you got a wing. Boom. And so it's going to be a pretty easy rebuild. Oh, there it is. I was going to say I can't find the tail, but I see it. It's buried right here. It's buried under my infamous crashed Avanti. So here's the tail of another plane. So here's what it looks like. Missing the rudder, but it's just solid balsa, no big deal. So that's what it looked like. That was the fuselage of a Quickie 500. So I'm going to glue those two together, make a new fuselage, and then build a wing for it. And then this plane will fly again. So that was one of my pylon racers. I have a quarter midget in the house that's 47 years old. Use the Hello Kitty 8 channel. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's several guys have said that. you know, all the stuff I have, it's all this old stuff from back in the 70s. It's like we're walking through a museum, you know, going through my I have all my transmitters, old transmitters. Um, I can't really. I can put my hands on one of them, other than that one, my first one. But some of my other old ones. But I've got two or three Futaba, the Gold Series, kind of the all sharp edged, you know, Futaba Gold radios with the module bay. I've got a couple of those. I've got a single stick, 6-channel single stick Royal radio. Can't find that one. I found it, and when I moved here, I was unpacking and I found it. And I was like, oh man, I've been looking everywhere for this. I can't. I'm going to put it somewhere where I won't lose it. And now I don't know where it is. I put it somewhere so I wouldn't lose it, and I have no idea where I put it. So, still looking for that. I want to find that again. So I'm going to bring that. I'll bring that on the show and show it to you when I finally find it. Yeah, museum tour. Yeah, I'm going to do a tour, actually. I'm just going to... I've got racks and racks of airplanes. I've got over 70 airplanes. Not all of them are flying. Some of them are still brand new in the box. I have an old Quickie 500 Scat Cat, new in the box, which is a foam wing, balsa fuselage. Similar to this. This was the... they just called this the Quickie 500. I don't think it had a name. The other one was called the Scat Cat, which is the same size 500, slightly different fuselage with a profile canopy that was stuck in the middle of it on top. It just made it look like it had a canopy on it. That's brand new in the box. That's laying right here somewhere too. So, but I have 70 planes that are flying. I don't know how many I have. It's just that, you know, I keep trying to count them, and then I stumble onto more airplanes that are somewhere else because they're everywhere. There's some out in the barn. There's some in the trailers. There's 2 trailers packed full of stuff. There's some in the carport next door. There's a bunch of airplanes over there that I forgot about, and I mean, it's just there's airplanes everywhere. So, but out of the foamies and a few balsas, I currently have 70, right at 70 airplanes that I'm flying. George, I used the Free Sky Tyrannus is what I'm using now. That's my go-to everything. I have 2 of them. I have the standard one and the SE model. And so I'll tell you how I came into that. I originally started with the Spectrum, like most of you guys, when I went to this 2.4 gigahertz. Fred Barron, hey, welcome, man. Good to see you, man. So, you know, and I got hooked on, you know, listen, I love their bind and fly airplanes. Okay, they make beautiful airplanes, and I have quite a few of them. I probably have, out of the 70, I'll bet 20 of them are bind and fly Horizon Hobby airplanes. I have a whole list of them. And it's just so cool to buy an airplane. You know, you buy one transmitter, you buy an airplane, it's already got a receiver in it, you just bind it, you're ready to fly it. I mean, it's marketing genius, okay? My problem was when I was, you know, now I bought this radio 6 years ago, the Tyrannus. 6 years ago when I was looking for a replacement radio for my, I just put it down, my DX6i. Oh, I think it's right here. Yeah. So this DX6i, it has issues. And I don't know if you guys knew this or not. I didn't know it at the time. You know, it comes with 4 AA batteries, okay? Which brand new batteries, you know, it's only 5.4 volts. Your voltage meter's at half with brand new batteries in it. And apparently I found out the hard way that they have a brownout problem, you know, because there's not enough voltage. So this is at 7.8 volts because I put and I put a backlit screen in mine. Ha ha ha. And if you look right here, there's an orange light. Where that's a speaker grill, by the way. The Spectrum little line thing. But I put a light in there too, so you could see that it was on. The backlit screen tells you it's on. And I put a 2-cell LiPo in the back of it. Now, I didn't destroy I can still put double A's in it. All I have to do is take this out, unplug it, and then put the double A's back in the hole. All I did was remove some plastic in the middle so this battery would sit down in it. But that gives me 7.8 to 8.2 volts. If it's fully charged, it's at 8.2 volts. And the meter reads full, not half. So I lost an airplane, a brand new airplane, really pissed me off with this radio. And that's when I found out about the brownout problem. And I kept getting shot down at my field where I was flying. And the day I started flying there, everybody told me, "Oh, you're flying Spectrum. Oh, you got to be careful. You'll get radio interference over there and over there." And a couple of guys got shot down over here. And I was like, yeah, whatever, And they were right, So I lost 6 airplanes out there to radio hits, and that was it. I said, okay, I'm changing. I'm not doing this anymore. So I started a search, and it took me about 4 months of reviewing a lot of radios to find something affordable. My criteria was it had to be affordable. The receivers had to be affordable. And it had to be 8-channel minimum. And I wanted potentiometers, either slides or knobs. But I wanted a couple channels to be slides or knobs. That was my criteria, and I looked long and hard. The only thing I could find that was affordable and it got great reviews was the Taranis Plus, the Free Sky Taranis Plus. And after all the reviews I watched, and like I said, I did this for 4 months before I pulled the trigger, and I finally, all the drone guys, all these hot dog drone people, like Mr. Steele, and who are some of the other guys? Sharpu. They were all flying it, and other reviewers were reviewing it, said it was awesome, and so I just I decided that I was not going to put my money, because the DX8 and 9 were $400 or $500. And I'm not paying that. It was too much money. The receivers, if you don't buy a bind and fly plane and you just buy a receiver, they're like $80. That was, big red light for me. That's why I got away from Spectrum. It was just not affordable. So I moved on, and that's where I'm at today. The telemetry was not a deal breaker, but once I got it, I can't live without it. The being able to have my battery voltage, my altitude, my airspeed, all verbally announced to me as often as I want it, or not at all, however I want to do it, just sold me on the idea. It's just, there's nothing that radio can't do, and it's affordable. The receivers are $30, 8-channel receiver, $30. The telemetry module, $14, and you buy one, you can put it in all your airplanes. You just move it from plane to plane with the battery. You put a battery in the plane, you put the module in the plane, you got battery telemetry on every airplane. I've probably bought 30 or 40 of the modules. Most of the planes have one. I just leave in the plane. But they're only $14. So yeah, it's so that's my go-to stuff. And I don't see any reason to ever change. If I was going to buy a radio today, it would probably be the Jumper 16, the Jumper T16, because it has Free Sky protocol in it, along with Spectrum. So it'll do the same thing that mine does. It'll do the Spectrum, it'll do the Free Sky, it'll do any other thing you want. I think it does Tactic, and there's a bunch of stuff. I have a couple of Tactic radios. Also, but yeah, the Taranis was my that was my salvation to get what I wanted for a very affordable price. Um, it was George Watts. Okay, Ryan, go ahead. Fire George. I want to type it right now. George, you're fired. Go ahead. Listen, Ryan, you're not kidding anybody. I know you're a Futaba guy. I know you are. You know, and now that RC Jet Dude is handling Futaba, you're gonna go away from the Spectrum too. I mean, I know you're still gonna do Spectrum just like I do, but your go-to radio is Futaba. You're not kidding anybody. I know. If I could afford Futaba still, it'd still be my go-to radio because that's what it was back in the day. All my stuff was Futaba. So all my Surface radios are Futaba. I think I have a 2-channel Surface stick radio right here, Futaba. I've got several wheel radios, Futaba. Hell, there's a Futaba box. Oh, here's one of my old radios. Here's a Royal Super Sport radio. Again, no dual rates, no no mixing, no nothing. It's just, 6 channels. Your 4 basics, and then 2 down here, and that was it. Very basic. This radio's missing the back. I think the back is over there. I took it apart to look inside it. It's going to take the batteries out of it because the batteries are. It was rechargeable batteries. There's a big plug on the side here to recharge the batteries, and but yeah, this is and they always had a battery meter on them. Do you guys remember that? This one and this one both. They have that battery meter on them. I love that. I thought that was cool. So anyway, that's another one of my old radios. But yeah, Futaba was my stuff until this 2.4 because I went to Futaba to buy a radio. Minimum 8 channel, and it was $500-600. And now, I looked at the Aurora. Was going to buy the high tech Aurora radio. Too expensive. Didn't buy that either. All right, guys. I'm going to go put the hovercraft back and see if I can get the B2. So I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. Talk about me. I know you're going to. He secretly hates me. Actually, it's not a secret. Okay, so this thing's a dusty mess because it hasn't moved since I moved into this place 6 years ago. And it's in the top of my one rack. So it's got a lot of dust on it. It's not in a position where I can get to it easily. You wouldn't believe what I had to crawl over to get to it. So I'll show you the clean side. This is the bottom. Bombay doors. I put these on backwards. I screwed that up. These are spring-loaded hinges, and they're supposed to be sprung open, and the gear pulls them closed. And I put them on so they're sprung closed, so they literally drag on the landing gear. But it's very cool. It has operational drag rudders on it, guys. You know, just like the real thing. So the rudders, and I'll tell you, setting this radio up, especially if you want to set this thing up with an AS3X type receiver in it, oh my God, what a nightmare. But because you've got these two are your elevator, these two are your aileron, and then these are the rudders out here on the ends. Okay, it's very complicated. Yes, this is an LX model. Everything's operated with strings. Okay, this suspension is spring loaded on strings. It's just two springs in there with a piece of string tied to it. It creates this suspension type thing going on here, and then the doors pull close with a string. Same thing with here. The nose gear door closes with a string. Yeah, I'm a big fan of LX models, not for their construction work or any of that, but I haven't flown this plane because I fly off of grass, and these tiny little wheels that are on this thing are never going to work in grass. So I haven't flown it. It also takes a very special battery that's very hard to find, and it's very expensive. I did buy one. I didn't even buy the right one, but I bought one that would fit. It's only a 3400 milliamp, and this is supposed to take a 5200. So here's the dirty top side. Very dusty. You have to glue the outer wings here on both sides. You have to put all the control surfaces on. The battery bay is here. This canopy comes off. And then you stuff the battery in there, which is a real bitch. It's very cool looking, and I've seen several people fly one. It seems to fly fantastic, but it's just a lot of work. Even to put a battery in it, to get a receiver in it. I tried putting a receiver in it with stabilization, and the mixing was terrible. Trying to get, everything to work correctly was just a real pain. So, but it's very cool looking, I'm probably what I'm going to end up doing is, I may fly it one day. I don't know. I may take it out and hand launch it. At my feel, I don't think it'll take off. With those tiny little wheels, I don't think it'll take off. Maybe. It's light, so maybe. I don't know. If I was flying off pavement, I'd definitely fly it. But, I've had other issues with it. The one day I was going to fly it, I took it out to the field. It'd been sitting in my car all day, so it got pretty warm in the car. And I went to take it out. I powered it up, got ready to fly it, and one of the engines wouldn't work. The speed control shut down. And I think it was overheated, which made me worry. If it can overheat just sitting in a hot car, what happens when I try to fly it? So and I do, oh yeah, the speed controls are in the yeah, they are inside. So the fans would be blowing on the speed controls, but that just made me very nervous. So I didn't fly it that day. That's the only day I ever tried to fly it. So it might happen one day. We'll see. Um, I'm glad I have it. I love it, And I just saw, I get a Banana Hobbies email all the time, and they have the kit version of the YF-23. I think it's 189 bucks. I think something like that. Um, that's another one I want, and I not to fly. I just want it. I love the YF-23, and so I really want to buy that one just to have it. Hang it on the wall. Um, so I'll probably just hang this one up, and I might get the YF-23 and hang it up with this. Um, it's a cool. It's what's so cool about this thing. I got to tell you, when you power it up and you start operating the controls and watching everything do its thing, especially the drag rudders, it's very cool. Watching the drag rudders, open this way when you move the rudder is very cool. Um, so, especially when you get the AS3, I did finally get the AS3. I put an orange Hobby King receiver in this, and I got it, and it was one of the ones with stabilization, and finally got it where it was working correctly. It was yawing correctly, the up, down, aileron, everything was working correctly, and it was so cool to sit there and manipulate it and watch all of the controls correcting. It was very cool. So yeah, it's a cool bird. It really is. It's very cool. I'm not sorry I bought it at all. I absolutely love it, but I don't know if I'll ever fly it. It's just you know, if I decide to fly it, I'm probably going to repower it. I'm going to probably pull the fan units out of it and put better ones in and better speed controls, and then I'll probably fly it. I don't trust what's in here, and I don't know if you guys saw Skip Builds. He was, I think, demoing either an F-15. I think it was an F-15, and he spooled the motors up there on his kitchen table, and one of the fans disintegrated right there on camera. That's terrific. Nice. There's a selling point. So it's just what you get with LX models. You have to be prepared to model it. These aren't take out of the box, put together, and go fly kind of airplanes. You got to do a lot of work to these when you get them to make them work, and you just have to be willing to put the extra time and money into it to make it happen. So anyway, but yeah, so there's my F-22. I'm sorry, my B-2. Um, it even has the correct nose gear door on it that closes up. Um, it's scale-wise, it's pretty accurate. I mean, it really is. They did a nice job on it. The wheels, the suspension's correct. Um, the wheels are a little too correct. They should have made the wheels bigger, out of scale slightly, but big enough to work. These aren't big enough to work. Hey, Matt. Good to see you, man. Your dad here, too? B2 E-Jet, Nick. Oh, yeah? You have one of these? Or somebody else's? Now you got me. All right, Matt. You share. I want to hear. What do you got, buddy? I definitely want to hear about your B2. What do you got? Hey, Z, dude. What's up, man? Hey, Rich. I knew you were here. my my number one lurker. You know, it sucks we're only going to see each other once a year. We got to find a way to get together more often. You know, meet in a field somewhere in the middle of the state. Maybe back at, I guess we could just show up and fly one day. How long would it take you to get to Mulberry? Uh, so you have one of these, Matt. Well, that's cool. Have you flown it yet? What's your take on it? Inquiring minds want to know. 3.5 hours. Yeah, it's only about an hour and a half, less than two for me. So we have to find a field a little closer to Orlando-ish to go fly at. I know Rich Baker belongs to that field in Orlando. Maybe we can go as his guest one day, meet up. That'd be cool. Matt, you don't have one what? Don't have one. Don't have one what? Did I ask the question? I forgot. Where's Pine Ridge at? Where's that area? Oh yeah, for sure. See, that's why I say if I'm going to fly this, I'm going to upgrade everything because the stuff that's in here is crap. The EDFs in here and the speed controls in here are crap. So, yeah, for sure I'm going to upgrade this stuff if I'm going to fly this thing. Oh, near Dunellen. Okay. Well, that's not far from me. Oh, you don't have one. You want me to bring mine to Egypt? Oh. Well, yeah, but I don't think they want me to bring it to E-Jets and maiden it. Um, and that's probably the only place I could fly it. I don't know. We'll see. No, I think it's got. I think these are 70 millimeter fans. Wait a minute. No, maybe. Yeah, that's a 70. I bet these are 64 millimeter fans. Now they're bigger than 50. Yeah, I bet these are twin 64s, just like the new A10 from Horizon. And they're standard 5 blade crap, fan units, just like everything did back then. So, it's a cool ass airplane, guys. I got to tell you, I think it, static wise, it's awesome. If you bought this just to have a static display, you know, it's cool as shit. It really is. It's a good looking airplane. Like I said, the ones I've seen fly look good. Yeah, I don't know. They don't look like 70s. Because I got a 70 millimeter fan right there, and that's much bigger than this. Um, yeah, I don't know what, maybe, they're 70s now, but these don't look like 70s. You know, because I know that's a 70 millimeter fan unit right there, because I bought those for my 262 and replaced the ones that were in that. And that fan's way bigger than these. Well, not way bigger, but definitely bigger. So, you know, I bought this thing about 6 years ago. So maybe 6 years ago they had now they have 70s maybe, but those I don't think are 70s. They don't look like 70s. You know, the FMS A10 has 70s, and these are definitely smaller than that. So, you know, LX has been known to upgrade their stuff now and then. So maybe this is one of the planes they upgraded the fan. You know, and finally did something right. Um, but yeah, it's a very cool bird though. You know, it the scale detail on it's amazing. All the decaling and the panel lines and the mechanism that they use for the drag runners is really cool. Yep, stovetop and hot pockets. Yeah. Hey Ryan, what's the word on Jet Jam this year? Is it going to happen or not? Have you heard? Yeah, I just had a hot pocket yesterday. Adult pizza rolls. It's happening? Oh, cool. Good to hear. Yeah, I'm hoping to go to that this year. Oh man, you haven't lived until you've had a hot pocket, Ryan. Get the pizza one though. That's the best. That's a really good one. If you're gonna try a hot pocket, get the pizza one. You know, I had it was a steak and something, and it was okay. But the pizza one tastes like pizza. I mean, it really does. It's good. Yeah, for sure, Mike. Bigger is better for sure. Oh, is that right? They're limiting it to 100 people? No kidding. Wow, I didn't know that. Oh man. Oh, okay. Well, I might have to go register for Jet Jam then. I didn't know. I didn't know there was a limit on it. Jam. Who doesn't like E-Flight? Who are you talking about? Yeah, Ryan. I know. I watched your show every day. You were live every day there, weren't you? Yeah, you had Dave Kowalski and Dennis Farley, and I watched all that stuff, man. I was glued to it. I loved your show. You had all the planes flying in the background. That was cool as shit. It's what made me want to go. I want to go hang out with Dennis and Dave and Mitchell and yep. I when I bought my not my first jet, but when I bought my Avanti, I want that was my goal was to go to Jet Jam this year. So um, Joseph Youngblood, hey, good to see you, man. Boy, you haven't been here in a while. Welcome back. Farley didn't go to Jet Jam? Really? I could have sworn he was at Jet Jam. I thought you had Dave and Dennis on the show together. They were all sitting in the chairs behind you. Really? I could have sworn Farley was at Jet Jam. Huh. No, you Joseph, you just been lurking, huh? That's all right. Oh, I would love to see more women in the hobby, Sawyer. Would love it. Flight Test is doing their best. Um, there's a lot of young women that are getting in the hobby, but whether or not they stay in it, I don't know. But yeah, I would love to find more women in the hobby. Um, there's a few, but very few. Oh my God, love, she's evil. Oh, great. You poor guy. Hey, welcome, Anthony. Good to see you. Yeah, RC Sailors. Yeah, yeah. Abby's she's pretty cute. Yeah, yeah. I'd love to find a woman like that in my life for sure. My ex-wife has no problem with me going to the fly-in or anything else. Just she prefers I come home at night. Sometimes I stay at the flying field because um, it's too far to drive back and forth. If especially when I'm not working, I want to save the fuel. So I sleep in my car out at the flying field, and she doesn't like being here alone at night. So that's um, that's her only problem. But she doesn't mind. I can go to the flying field every day. She don't care. If she knows anybody like who, Ryan? So here's what I just did yesterday, as a matter of fact. Um, so a lot of the guys out at my field, yeah, sorry, you're right. That's exactly what happened to me. My mom at 13 was all for me getting into this hobby. You know, she figured to keep me out of trouble, keep me off drugs, and it worked. It did 100%. Um, because I didn't have money for drugs because I was too busy buying model airplane shit. And then when I got old enough to drive, I was buying car parts and model airplane shit. So there was never any money for beer, marijuana, any of that crap. Never existed in my life. Never had money or the time for it, or the desire, yeah, ever. Not even curious. Had no desire ever. So, but yeah, that's the problem. I know Flight Test has gotten a lot of young girls into the hobby, but will they stay in the hobby? That's the problem. Um, Probably not, and that's a shame because I'd like to see it personally. So anyway, getting back to my story. So a lot of the guys that I fly at my field are pretty big name guys in the 3D hub. You know, the 3D flying stuff. And they have these giant rigs they come out with. Some of them come out with motorhomes or uh, pull behind trailers. You know, live-in trailers, not just hangout trailers. You know, you know, cargo trailers. And a couple guys have the combo. You know, where it's half living, half cargo. And then there's other guys that just come out and set these big tents up. You know, the big stand-up pop-ups, and they bring the double wide one. And one guy even has the zip-in walls, so that at night they zip the walls into them, and then they can put heaters and everything inside, and you know, and stay in them. Well, those things are expensive. All that stuff's expensive, you know. So I was trying to find a cheaper way to go. So did some research on tents and see what I could come up with. And I pulled the trigger yesterday on a tent for 132 bucks. It's an 8-person tent. But what I love about it is it's a stand-up tent. You can actually go in the front door, and there's a 7-foot 8-inch pole at the peak. Okay, so you can walk in and walk around the center there where the pole is, and then if you go out to the outer walls, you can sit down or lay down. Okay, so I'm going to bring that out and set it up probably on a Friday afternoon and stays Saturday and Sunday. So I'll set it all up, and I got the generator there, so I got power inside. I'll have chairs. I'll bring a TV. It's going to be a home away from home, and it's going to be a great layout. And I just pulled the trigger on it yesterday. Actually, she pulled the trigger on it. She paid for it. But it's going to be beautiful. If you guys want to look it up, this is what it's called. It's called the crap. The Ozark Trail. Okay, tent. So look up the Ozark Trails tent. I think it's by a company called RU. No. What the hell was the name of it? Something URT. I don't remember. But Ozark Trail 8-person tent. Google it, you'll find it. It's not a symmetrical teepee. It's low on 3 sides or 8 sides, 7 sides. It's an 8. I think it's an octagon shape, and it's low on the other sides. But in the front, it peaks up to the pole, and the pole is not in the center. I think the pole's set back, but coming to the front, it goes to a peak all the way to the front door. You know, and it's a zipper open flap, 2 flaps open like French doors, you know. So you zipper it, unzipper it, and the 2 flaps open this way, and you can walk in and walk straight to the pole. You don't have to bend over or nothing. And then after you go past the pole, it starts to, you know, taper down. And anyway, George, you leaving? God, it's not even 12 o'clock. Where are you going? So anyway, look up the tent. You'll see what I'm getting. So that's going to make it a lot easier for me to stay. At the midget stripper pole right in the middle. Yep. There's even a table there they can use. It comes with a little folding table, goes around the pole, and they can use it as a stage. I'm thinking. I already thought ahead. Had that all in mind, Ryan. And the midget can get up on the pole, standing on the little stage. We're good to go. But even standing on the table, a midget can stand up. Well, hell, I could stand up on the pole. It's 7'8". You know, it's pretty good. But yeah, it's a really cool looking tent. It was 132 bucks. Actually, it was at Walmart for 110, and they had one left. And while I was ordering it, somebody else bought it. It said one left in stock. I finally got through the whole, and when I clicked buy it, it came up out of stock. And I was like, oh. So yeah. So I went on eBay and bought it, you know. So that's going to be my new rig when I go. If I go to Jet Jam, I'll have it there, and if I go to E-Jets next year, I'll have it there. It's just it's the setup inside will work perfect for my little folding picnic table to have set up inside. I can sit down and either have snacks or whatever, or can use it as I build on that table or repair on that table. If I have to do some soldering, I have my soldering station on the table. So that'll all fit inside the tent beautifully. So I can have that all set up inside. So if I need to work on an airplane, I can do it inside. You know, I can sit down inside, and it's just going to be an awesome layout, this tent. So, yeah, I just ordered it yesterday. So that's going to be cool. Yeah, she paid for the tent. Yep. She pays for everything. That was the deal. It's a long story, but I'll just give you the quick Reader's Digest. She left me and then wanted to come back, and I said no. So she stalked me for 3 years, and then she bitched the whole time we were married that I didn't need her for anything. She needed to be one of those women that needs to be needed. So So I was pretty mad at her for leaving me because I didn't give her any reason to leave me. She thought the grass was going to be greener on the other side, kind of thing. So I finally said, okay, you want to come back? Here's the deal. You know, you always said you did I didn't need you for anything. Well, now I need you for your paycheck. So if you want to come back, you're paying for everything. And she didn't even hesitate. She said yes, and she's been paying for everything. Not everything, but pretty much. So yeah. So when I said, hey, I'm going to buy this tent, where's your credit card? And she's paying for it. So that was the deal, and she's sticking by her half of it. And listen, I don't abuse it, guys. I'm very happy she's back. I wanted her to come back. Um, it was kind of an off color joke when I said you're paying for everything, but she pretty much has. You know, my job situation hasn't been good over the last few years. I was in a bad car accident and I couldn't work for almost a year. Um, I had a lot of trouble finding a good paying job. They're just not out here, not in Florida anyway. And so she's, and listen, she likes being needed, even if it's just for her paycheck. It makes her feel more secure that I need her for something. I don't need her for laundry or any of that crap. And that's what made her mad. I do my own laundry. I do all the cooking. Um, I do all the sewing. All that. I don't need a woman in my life. I want a woman in my life. I wanted her in my life, and she didn't accept that. She needed to be needed. So, me needing her for her paycheck makes her happy. Now she feels needed. Makes her feel like I'm not going to leave her. You know. So, what's my half of the deal? Well, the property's mine. I sold another piece of property to buy this property, but I didn't pay for all of it. So I put a substantial amount down on it, and then we paid 50-50 for the rest of it. But I didn't pay my full 50 because I lost my job in the car accident. So she paid the whole thing for a little while. So she's got a lot of money invested in this place, but her name's not on anything, and she doesn't want her name on anything. So, and that's the deal. And we just take care of each other. She takes care of me monetarily. I take care of her car and all her needs. I mean, there's nothing here that I can't fix. I've never called a repairman for anything. I just installed a new hot water heater the other day. Well, it was more than the other day, but I did all the electrical in my other place. I'm doing all the electrical and the plumbing in the new hangar that's going up. Um, I'm doing all the I'm not building it, but I'm cutting all the trees down, and I'm going to dig the footer, and I might even do all the concrete work myself. I'm going to do all the electrical and all the plumbing myself. The building I bought uh, came with free installation, so they're going to bring it out and put it up, and it's going to take them 4 days to put it up, I guess. It's 40 by 60, and they deliver it and install it. So I've got a pretty good deal going on here. I have no complaints. Um, I don't just splurge and go out and buy everything. I'm definitely on a very tight budget, my own set budget. She doesn't give me a budget. Um, I just don't abuse it. You know. So I haven't bought really any airplanes. The only plane I bought this year is the Pitts, and I haven't got it yet because FMS can't ship it. And the glider. The glider. Yeah. Well, actually, no. I bought that Hobby King plane, but it was only $64. I'm very respectful of what I spend and how much I spend. I don't just go out on binges and buy airplanes. I didn't buy. I don't think I bought any planes last year. Let me think a minute. Well, the P-40. I think that was last year. Um, but yeah, you know, I've cut way back on what I buy. So, Okay, so are we good, guys? Because it looks like the chat. It says I'm unable to connect with chat. Please try again later. I'm gonna write test. Okay, that worked. So I don't know. Yeah, it's 3 minutes have gone by and nothing's been said in the chat. So I'm wondering what happened here. I don't have any. It didn't drop any packets or anything. Everything looks good. Um, but it's telling me I don't have a connection. I don't know what that means. I've never gotten that message before. All of a sudden, it's going to scroll. Yeah, everything you guys are typing is all going to come in at once, and it's going to scroll right off the page, and I won't be able to read any of it. No, Michael, I keep telling her that the reason the grass is greener on the other side is because there's a septic tank over there. That's my saying, and that's exactly what she found. You know, and she couldn't come back fast enough. Um, so, but it still hurt me. Listen, I'm a pretty religious guy. When I stand before God and promise to love, honor, and cherish till death do us part, I mean it. I meant it. She left, divorced me, and it pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie to you, it really pissed me off, and that's why I told her she couldn't come back, because I was mad. I mean, I was really mad. And after 3 years of stalking me, that's why I made that ridiculous offer that if you come back, you're paying for everything, because I was mad. You know, I was pissed off, and she wanted to come back bad enough to agree to it, and we really haven't fought about money at all because I don't abuse it. Like I said, she got mad when that plane showed up that I won on Dave's RC show because she thought I bought a plane. And I told her I won it, and she didn't believe me. Yeah. That was a bit of a fight. Um, I've never lied to her, so even though she was mad, she knew I was not lying to her. So, um, but you know, she just thought I bought an airplane that I didn't tell her about, and it wasn't that. You know, Michael writes, so where do you find this stuff? Oh my god. That's cheating. That's not working out. Okay, so it looks like the chat's still down, guys. Are we live? Can you still hear me? Hey, you guys that have my number, somebody send me a message that you can still see me and hear me. Because the chat's down for some reason. I don't know what's going on. It's dead. So a lot of you guys have my number. Somebody send me a message. Okay, cool. Thank you, Mike. So you guys can't hear me. I don't know why the chat's not working. I don't. You guys, if you're sending me messages on the chat, I can't read any of them. It's not working. Um, But I'll just keep talking. So, yeah, I don't know when that's going to catch up. But so let me show you what. Let me get back to this for a minute since I can't answer any questions because the chat's not working. Well, I can try. Let me try refreshing. I don't know what that's going to do. It seems it hasn't interrupted it in the past. So let me do a refresh and see if that doesn't fix it. In the meantime, I'll keep talking and showing. So I'm going to hook this up and we're going to see if we can power my charger off this power supply. And then I'll show you what the difference is. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'll do this. So I'm going to run this thing up to 5 amps. Okay? For this 4-cell pack. And we're going to see. We're going to see how many amps it'll actually charge at. It won't charge 5 amps. But let's see what it goes up to. Okay, so I set the charger for 5 amps on this 4-cell pack. 2.9 amps is the max it'll go. Limited by the power supply that's in the charger. That's the difference. Okay, so it looks like I got the chat back. Like I said, it all scrolled right off the page. I don't know what you guys were saying. So anything you want to re-say, just type it again. But it's back now, it looks like. The last message I have on the screen, 11:56, Victor Shameless. Text him. That's the message. So that's the last thing that I can see. Everything before that's gone. I don't know what it is. I'm not scrolling back, guys. It will never work. Yeah, I'm good now. We're good. Sawyer, I can see that. Michael, yep, he did. I did. He says, okay. So I'm back. I got it. I can see this now. So the refresh worked. We're good. Somebody super chatted me $50. Holy crap. Who did that? Thank you so much. I got to go back and see who that was. Hold on. Can't let super chats. Fred! Oh my God. Fred Barron, sir, you are the best. Thank you so much. You are the man. Can't thank you enough, guys. Thank you so much. So yeah. Yeah, I see. Fred Barron said it. Thank you, Michael. Yep. So I'm back. I can read it now. It's working now. Oh, Anthony! That's you, Anthony. I'm not taking the B2 to Hilton. It needs too much to fly off a grass field like that. It really needs to be a paved runway. I just don't think. I'm not ready to fly it. I want to upgrade it. The fan units and the speed controls that are in there, I don't trust them. So I want to replace those. So one day when I get around to it and finally replace those, I'll probably, because I was going to hand launch it, because I've seen guys do that, and I was going to go that route, but I just don't trust the fan units and the speed controls. The stuff that LX uses is not good quality. These are 5-blade fans, so it's going to be a shrill, that high pitch, kind of sound effect. Not going to be good. It's not going to sound like a jet, and we're all spoiled now. So, yeah, it's not going to be anytime soon. Maybe one day. My 262 will show up at the field before this does. I can tell you that. Okay, so getting back to this quickly. So yeah, 2.9 is the highest it'll go because of the built-in limitation of the power supply that's inside the charger. Okay? So now I'm going to unplug this and plug it into this, and I'm not going to change the setting. It's set for 5 amps. And I can show you that. Well, let's do this. Let me activate Rafter Cam. Yep, we're on. Okay, so let me pull this over here. So there it is. You see the 2.8. Okay. And I'm going to stop it so you can see what it's set for. So you can see LiPo charge, 5 amps, 14.8. That's the setting. I'm not going to change the setting, but we're going to plug it into this power supply and watch what happens. So you saw it would only charge at 2.8. And that's the problem. The power supplies that come in the chargers are not strong enough. But if you hook them to a 12-volt power source like your car battery, you can go up to 10 amps on this. So I think this should work. Well, no, actually it's not going to work, is it? Is it? Let me look. Yeah, this will work. If these plug into here. And they do. Perfect. So this is the lead I need to make this work. Perfection. Alright, so we got that stopped. We're gonna So I'm unplugging it from the wall. Take this out of the back of the charger, which you guys can't see because I'm on the other screen. So let me go back to the front here. Okay, so here's the power cord that I took out of here. It was plugged on this side over here. That's the lead that plugs into the wall. Right? So we're going to unplug that. And now we're going to plug in this. So we plug that in here like that. And we plug these in here like this. And then we get the cord that came with that and plug it in. All right.
Welcome. I am ready. Make sure you select the correct battery type.
Okay, so now I'm going to swap back over again to Rafter Cam. Okay, so there it is. We're still set to 5 amps, 14.8. Now I'm going to hit start. Oh, hang on. It can't be on balance. I don't have a balance lead on it. As long as I set it to charge, it'll work. So now we're going to fire this up.
Press start to cut no balance cable.
Okay, and then watch the amps and see what it goes up to now. Because it's stuck at 2.8, 2.9 before. So there it goes. Went right past 2.9, 3.5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 4, 3, 5, 8, and 5. So there's 5 amps, right? So that's the difference, guys, between AC DC charger working on AC power with a limited power supply and DC power using a 16 amp power supply. Okay, so now watch what I can do. So, and that's, this is a 3600, so 3.6 is 1C. Okay, but just to show you, I'm going to ramp this up to 10 amps. Not that I would charge this at 10 amps, but there it is, 10 amps.
Press start to confirm. No balance cable detected.
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we're in the same time zone, Sawyer. It's 12:25 here. Well, it's 12:07. Your clock's running a little fast. But yeah, we're in the same time zone. Ohio and Florida are the same time zone. I used to live in Ohio. That's where I came from. So right past 5 amps, right past 6 amps, and it's climbing. Okay, so it looks like it's going to stop at 6.2. It's still better than 2.9. Okay, that's over 1C. So that's the difference, guys, these chargers you buy between AC and DC. So AC current, I'm limited to the onboard built-in power supply. But when you go DC, you go past the limits. And you can go, you know. So now I can charge a 5,000 amp pack at 1C, a true 1C, 5 amps. And that power supply I got for 34 bucks is going to allow me to do that. So now I can charge batteries in a hurry at the flying field. And that's going to make all the difference. So little battery little battery charger what's up kind of thing there for you guys. If you're thinking about buying chargers, be aware that, even though it says it'll charge 10 amps or whatever, if you've got it plugged into the wall, you're limited by the power supply that it comes with. But if you're going to provide your own power supply, it'll go much higher. It more than doubled. It went from 2.9 to 6.2, almost double. Well, no, it's more than double. Yeah, 2.9, 3, 6, yeah. Yeah, so more than double the C rating, the charging ability, by plugging it into this external power supply and running it on the DC input instead of the AC input. Because the power supply is the limitation, not the charger. So I wanted to show you guys that. This power supply was 39 bucks, I think, at Hobby King. 240 watts, 16 amps. Definitely doing the job. And it's a plug-in. Your charging leads that you use plugged right into this power supply perfectly. And there you are. So I wanted to share that with you. I thought that was very cool. Now I'm going to be able to charge batteries much faster. It's mostly my 6-cell packs. The 4 and the 3 cells I can charge at like 4.2, which is way over 1C. So the 3-cell packs were never a problem. The 4-cell packs, not quite getting 1C, but close enough. I can survive on that. It was the 6-cell packs that were killing me. I can only charge a 6-cell pack at 2 amps. And that's less than half of 1C. If it's a 5,000 milliamp pack, I should be charging at 5 amps, and I can only charge it at 2 amps. So it's less than half. And that equates to almost an hour to charge a battery. That was no longer acceptable. So that's why I bought the power supply. And I just showed you that it does the trick. Yeah, that's good advice. Absolutely. So, Dave, it's about time you showed up. I wanted to tell you how thankful I am for one of your recommendations. I didn't follow it to the T, but close enough. F you, Dave. So you showed us that great link on Amazon for the ISDT discharger for 79 bucks or whatever. I didn't buy that one, but I bought a close. It is an ISDT, but it's only a. I bought the FD 100. Okay, it was 34 bucks at Hobby King, and it does from 2S to 8S and up to 6 amps discharge. So it's a little less than yours, the one you recommended, but it's half the price of yours. And that was in my wheelhouse. And it just came Monday. I haven't had a chance to play with it that much, but I did a demo tonight. And it does a damn nice job. It'll discharge at 6 amps. It discharges this 2200 3-cell in 9 or 10 minutes. And it did the 3600 4-cell in 22 minutes. And that's good enough. Very happy with that. So, very, very happy that you suggested that. Big thumbs up, buddy. Those are a great suggestion. I was just, I really wanted to get the one you recommended, but I was struggling with the 80 bucks. It was, that was a little more than I wanted to spend to be able to discharge batteries in a hurry. And then I stumbled onto this one for less than half, and pulled the trigger on that immediately. That was super great. And I have you to thank for it, because I wouldn't even have known to look for these things until you had brought it up. So thank you, buddy. That was great advice. I'm very happy with this little deal. It's doing a great job. I mean, you just missed. I was demoing this power supply, and what a difference it makes on switching your AC/DC charger to at the field using the DC side, because you can charge a much higher amp rate. So got that at Hobby King also. I bought both these at Hobby King. I think the discharger was $34.95 and the power supply was $39.95. And this is going to make both charging and discharging batteries a much better deal. So awesome, dude. Oh, and 3D printing. I've got my 3D printers right here. This is the table right here. I brought it out. I had to repair it. The extruder, the little plastic arm that the spring is on, broke. And it broke. I haven't used it in about a year. And when I went to use it, it wasn't feeding, and I was like, well, what's wrong with this damn thing? And then I finally found the broken arm. So I made a new arm out of aluminum last night. Got it working. It's now extruding, but I'm still having issues with the printer. It's not. I think it's the filament I bought, but I'm not sure. I bought this Hobby King filament, and that might be the issue. I don't know. I only played with it a little bit today. I've been working on the car all day. I was fiddle farting around with this a little bit, and really not seriously. So I'll get back on it. But I got the extruder arm fixed, and it's working fine. It's feeding the filament fine. So there's not a feed issue anymore. I'm just having issues with this stuff sticking to itself. It doesn't seem to want to bind to itself, and I get prints like this. It's stringy. And I turned the damn thing all the way up to 260, the heat, and it's still not sticking to itself. So I think the filament's crappy filament. I don't know. I got some PLA and some ABS. This is the PLA. I haven't tried the ABS with this new setting, so I'll fart around with it. We'll see what happens. Apparently the stuff I was using before is PETG. Is that what it says? Yeah. PETG. You ever use that? That's what I was using. I didn't know that. I thought it was PLA. That stuff worked great. All those beautiful vases I printed was with that stuff, and it worked great. So, oh, so you use the PETG? Yeah, that's what I was printing with before, and I was getting awesome prints with that. I never printed PLA or that's the only spool I ever had was that one. Now I've got 3 spools of ABS and 3 spools of PLA, and right now they're not working. And this is glow in the dark filament, so when you turn the lights off, this glows green, pretty brightly too. Pretty cool. So anyway, so I'll start with that. I'm working on my car right now. I had to do the brakes. I have to replace the rear brake cylinders. They were leaking. I figured while I'm in there, screw it, I'm going to fix them. And the inner tie rod on the right side was bad, so I replaced that. So I got the front brakes are done. The tie rod's in. I just have to replace the wheel cylinders and put the new brake shoes in the rear tomorrow. When I get that done, the car's back to good to go. Hey, Brian, good to see you, man. Welcome to the show. It's good to see you. So, yeah, lot of shit going on right now. But the other advice I had earlier tonight, I'll pop in that one more time real quick. If you've ever had to tap a hole or rethread a nut or a bolt, I mean, anything hobby related, model airplane size, you can buy this tap and die set at Lowe's. I think it was $19.99. I think it was like $20. And it has 5 taps, 5 dies. It's worked on every single model airplane. I mean, I've got huge tap and die sets. Believe me, this is. My dad was a machinist. I've got his entire machinist box full of taps and dies, all kinds of end mills and centering drills and everything. But this is the right size for the hobby. Every airplane, every foamy, every model airplane that's needed a nut bolt screw, I needed to re-chase threads in a hole or whatever, this has worked for. So it's really easy to carry this to the flying field, have it on hand, fix what you need. It's just awesome. It's $20. So I highly recommend that, guys. If you do any repair work, especially at the flying field, you need a tap or a die, go to Lowe's and pick this up. It's an awesome deal. For $20, like I said, I don't have to go in my big sets to pull out this tiny little, I've got this nice little portable set that's easy to hang, throw in the car, and it works perfect. And like I said, it's fit every nut and bolt on every airplane so far that I've ever had to work on. So, okay, Dave, and that's good. I'm glad you brought that up. So, these 2 rolls are brand new. I just took them out of the bag, and threw them on the printer. And they're printing like crap. Now, how much moisture is already in them? They're brand new rolls. They were in vacuum sealed bags. And how do you get the moisture out of them? Do you like put them in one of those dry food dehydrators to get the moisture back out of the filament? What do you do? Inquiring minds want to know. Because I'm a little worried that might be part of the problem. I'm on my old roll, because it's been out of the bag for over a year, but there's not much left on the roll. It's I pretty much used all of it. Oh yeah, it was a good vacuum seal. Yeah, they were sealed. I couldn't even pull the bag open enough to cut it. I mean, I literally had to poke a hole in it so I could pull the bag away from the filament so I could cut the bag open. And I started tugging it. I couldn't open it. It was stuck down to the filament tight. And so I had to cut a hole in the bag to get some air in it so I could pull the bag open so I could cut the bag open. And so both of them were sealed tight. One PLA, one ABS. And neither one of them were printing worth a shit. So I don't know if I just need to make different settings Yeah, I turned the heat as high. 260 is as high as it would go, and it's still not sticking to itself. I've got the bed at 70 degrees. I got the extruder head at 260, and it's still all stringy. It's not sticking to itself. But I've never printed with this stuff, the PLA or the ABS. So maybe I have to change. The only thing I printed was the PETG, and I got the settings for that. You know, the settings I have work great for that because I made some beautiful vases out of that. I just haven't played with this stuff, the PLA and the ABS. So maybe I just have to change all the settings. I don't know. Oh, so you are using a food dehydrator. Okay, all right. Well, I'll get one of those then. That's a good idea. I'll try that. I'll pick up a food dehydrator and do that. Problem here in Florida is the humidity is always high. So I don't even know how long it has to be out of the bag before it's already got too much moisture in it to use. Yeah, so I was using the 240 on the head and 70 on the bed for the PETG. Um, so now this stuff, I thought the ABS needed a lot more heat. That was my understanding, but I could be wrong. But yeah, the PLA is not sticking at even at the 260. It's not sticking to itself. You know, just have this real ropey, stringy. Um, you know, it's not that nice. You know how it melts together and it's nice and smooth. And not nowhere near that. So that's all right. I'll screw around with it. Just picking your brain. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Maybe I'm not pushing enough filament for this kind of material. So yeah, I might have to increase my the extruder width. You know, so that's that. I'm gonna go in and try that. Um, okay, well that's good. I was having really good success with 240 at the nozzle and 70 on the bed. Was working really well. Oh my God, Michael, you're hilarious. Everything with you is sexual. Everything. Oh my God, the stuff you send me is hilarious. Okay, I'll check out Teaching Tech. I think that might be one of the guys I was watching. I think I've watched his show already, but I'll go back and look. I love YouTube. I love being on it. I love using it. That's why I'm on it, because I'm giving back. I learned so much stuff on YouTube that I wanted to give back. So, Yeah, I wasn't having. I started off down in the 50s and 60s with the PTEG on the bed, and that, it wasn't sticking at all. Um, I wasn't having any luck with that. So I finally I spray the bed with where is it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Oh, right here, right in front of my face. This 3M headline fabric adhesive. You know, it's contact cement. You know, contact glue. Um, I just spray a light coat of this on the bed, and then take my scraper putty knife and smooth it. And man, it sticks like glue, literally. You know, beautiful. And it's not that hard to get off the bed. As long as you keep the bed about 40 degrees, 45 degrees while you're removing it, it comes right off. You know, you got enough heat there to soften it. You just get the tool under it, scrape it, it pops it right off. It won't pop off. You know how you get it flexed or whatever, and you get it started, and it just pops off. Now you got to scrape it all the way off, but it's not a big fight. It scrapes off really easy. You just get this under it, just kind of, you know, cut it right off, and it comes right off beautiful. So that's been working great. Now I haven't tried 80 degrees on the bed yet, so maybe I'll try that. Um, yeah, Z dude, if that's how you are, you definitely don't want to get into 3D printing because it's not instant gratification. Even when you get it right and you get it working right, it takes forever for this shit to print, depending on what you're printing. But you know, a vase about this size it takes 5 hours. You know, it's you know, give or take a couple, but yeah, it's a very slow process. There's a lot of learning curve, learning the different materials, what heat ranges they like. Um, you got to watch a lot of videos on YouTube from the experts that have been doing it a while, or you talk to guys like Dave that's been doing it a while, and you get a lot of help. But yeah, it's a process. You know, it's once you finally get a print that's good, it's awesome. You know, my when I finally got a good vase out of this thing, man, it was just so gratifying. It was so cool. I had this beautiful, and I've made some really beautiful vases. I got to tell you, they're gorgeous. Um, yeah, and once that happened, I was so happy. Um, but getting there was a struggle. It was definitely a struggle. Yeah, Joseph, you're right. Depending on what you're printing, it sometimes takes days for it to print. You know, it just depends on how big of a surface area you're working and how much material you're printing. You know, yeah, yeah, Dave. I'm going to try the glass bed next. I kind of poked a hole in the Ender 3 bed. I was scraping I was cleaning it real good, getting it all, and the edge of the putty knife caught it and put a hole in it. So then I tried just flipping it over and using the back side, the plastic smooth black plastic side, and with the glue it worked perfect. I mean, I'm not having any problem getting the material to stick to the bed with the glue, but yeah, I remember you talking about not only is the glass smooth and it works good, but it's flatter, so you don't have the high and low dips when you set the nozzle height. The glass is smooth, so it maintains that perfect flat surface. So I've been thinking about getting a glass uh, bed for a while, and I'm going to do it. Wow. Roach Coach Hellies. Hey, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Were you lurking all night? Um, Glad you were here. Have a good night. It's good to see you again. What airplanes have you printed, Joseph? And have you flown any of them? Yeah, I haven't printed anything. It took, I think, 8.5 hours is the biggest thing I've printed so far. I haven't printed anything that took 30 or 40 hours. Yeah, you went glass, and you still have an auto leveling and glass. Would you consider that overkill? Oh, I like your little airplane emoji. That's cool. I haven't seen that one. Oh, that's cool. So you for you and a Spitfire. When you say small ones, how small? What size were they? Yeah, honestly, I saw, what is it, 3D Labs, 3D, Print Labs or 3D Labs. They have airplane files. That was my intention. I watched the video where they printed an F-86 and then put it together. It was all time lapse. It was quite a few videos, all in time lapse. And when you watch the series, you watch them print and build, glue it all together and everything, an F-86, and then fly it. And it was, I thought, when they put this Ender 3 on sale as cheap as they did, I think I paid $180 or something for it. It was under $200 for sure. I said, "Oh man, that's the deal. I'm gonna." Well, 48 inches isn't that small. That's a good size. So yeah, that's perfect. What material did you print it out of, Joseph? Uh, no, man, Cave. I haven't done any videos on the B2 other than I did a build video. I think 5 years ago. Some of the tricks I used to put it together, putting the wings together, getting the wires inside the wing and stuff. But I haven't flown it. It hasn't been flown yet. There's there were a few issues. I did take it to the field one day to fly it. It sat in the car most of the day. When I took it out of the car and powered it up, uh, one of the ESCs shut down. I throttled it up and the one motor shut right down, and I was like, so I assumed it was just the heat, being in the car. I'm not sure. I've tested again since then, and they both powered up, but it makes me wonder. Am I going to get it in the air and have an engine out and then screw it into the ground? So I think what I'm going to do before I ever fly it is replace the ESCs and the fan units, because this has those crappy 5 blade fans in it that are going to be shrilling. They're not going to sound like jets, and so I think I'm just going to replace the jet, the EDFs and the speed controls, and and then maybe I'll fly it. So you print them in PLA, but you've also printed in the PETG. The only thing I've printed in successfully is the PETG, and I didn't know it until tonight. I just assumed it was PLA. I'd never paid any attention to it. Um, and then I noticed tonight it was PETG, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, I didn't even know I printed in that. So, had I had known that, I'd have probably ordered these rolls that I ordered in PETG instead of the PLA. So, so now I have to learn all over again because the settings for those two materials is totally different as I'm learning. Because this didn't come out with crap. And I thought I was printing in the same thing I already printed in. I thought that was PLA. So my bad. Ordered the wrong filament. So which one do you like better, Joseph? The PLA or the PETG? Same question to you, Dave. What material do you like best? So we got some train emojis. Now we got a helicopter emoji. Sawyer, you're the emoji king. That's funny. PDA? Okay. Do you have a printer, Ryan? Yeah, my sprung steel bed plate is definitely. I think it's sprung steel with a plastic coating on it, but yeah, I think it's warped. I'm pretty sure. It's. When I test it with the card, it's not consistent. So I'm pretty sure it's got a warp in it. Now, how does that exactly work? The auto leveling? Does it have? Do you have like little motors on all 4 corners of the bed to adjust? Is that how that works? Ryan, you're hilarious. Oh my god. Okay. So why did you do that, Joseph? Is the which one did you want the wings to have a little more flex to them or a little more stiffness to them? Is that the difference between the PLA and the PTEG? Okay. So the PLA is stiffer than the PTEG. All right, good to know. That's interesting. Yeah, my the vases I printed on this the PETG have some flex to them. I mean, you can not a lot, but I mean, but more than just I mean, you can flex them pretty good. I can turn it into an oval and it doesn't crack or break or anything. So yeah, it's pretty flexible. Oh, this is your bus stop. All right, Mike. We'll see you later, buddy. It's good to see you. Aeroelasticity, aeroelasticity, city, elastic, whatever. Yeah, keep PLA out of hot cars. Okay, that's good advice. I didn't even think about that. Jesus. A 3D printed plane in a hot car. That might not be a good idea, huh? Wow. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. So how does the bed level? What's because manually there's four screws and you have to adjust the screws. How does it level automatically? What's going on to make it level? Oh, I get it. So as it's going across, the z-axis makes the adjustment as it's moving. Ah, I get it. Well, that's interesting. Since it's not going to stay down. Yeah, I got it, Dave. That's very cool. And then, like after the first first level, it pretty much is level after that. So the z-axis doesn't have to make adjustments anymore, or not very many. I mean, it should eventually get perfectly flat. Thanks, Ethan. Jiminy Cricket. Now, see, on the PETG, using Image Maker, I had no stringing at all. Then I tried, um, what's the real popular one? Carrera, something like that. It's strung like crazy. It was stringy as fuck. It was terrible. So yeah, I went from one extreme to the other. The PETG in Image Maker was perfect. No strings anywhere. I mean, just rock solid, clean. It was beautiful with the settings I came up with. And then I tried those same settings with the, I think it's Carrera or whatever that other real popular slicer was. And oh my god, it was just total strings. Inside the vase were strings going all over it, and oh yeah, it was terrible. It was horrible. So it was amazing how the two different slicers reacted completely different to the same material. Yeah, see, I haven't had any. I just this is my first spool of PLA, so I have no experience with PLA. Yeah, yeah, Cura. Yeah, the Cura didn't work at all with the same settings that the Image Maker. I mean, I used the exact same file and printed the vase twice, and totally different results. I mean, completely different. It was crazy different. Um, and the Cura used twice as much filament. I mean, it was oh my god, it was ridiculous. The same settings. It was so much filament. It was rock hard. There's no flex. I mean, you can't. It's so much material on it. It's so thick. It's like a hard rock. You can't even. And the other one's nice and thin and flexible, and you can see right through it perfect. And it's just night and day difference. It was amazing. Yeah. Well, and that maybe that was the issue with Kira. Maybe it's too many settings. Um, who's the specialist knight at the round table? I have no idea. Not me. Not when it comes to 3D printing, anyway. So yeah, definitely not me. Yeah, the image maker. I think it's called 3D Image Maker. I don't know. It was a free download, and I got pretty good with that, pretty fast with the PETG. I was farted around with that But the whole time I thought I was dealing with PLA. So that explains why my settings, when everybody else's PLA, I was using everybody else's PLA settings, and it wasn't working. So I started making adjustments, and I got it to work. And up until tonight, I thought the entire time, and I've had it for like 2 years now. Um, I thought the whole time I was printing PLA. I had no idea. So I'm an idiot. Of course, we all knew that. Yeah, I really didn't know. I was surprised. When I looked at it tonight, and I'm like, what? PETG? What the hell is that? So, yeah. That was a big awakening. Oh, I knew that. Absolutely, Dave. I knew that. And that's why I bought the PLA, because up until tonight, I thought I'd been printing PLA. I thought that's what I bought. And I didn't notice the sticker until tonight that it was PETG. And I was like, you're kidding me. So I bought all this PLA thinking that my settings are going to work, and they obviously aren't working. So yeah, I was like, well, shit. So now I have to go into my slicer and reset everything for this new material to see if I can get it, to react better. So who knew? It seems like the PETG, you can use a lot less material and it'll hold up better from what I've experienced so far. Because it looks to me like this is, I'm not pushing enough material. My settings are, it's just not, it's not extruding enough material, and that's why I'm getting this in the PLA. So apparently I'm going to have to extrude a lot more PLA to get, a good print, where I didn't have to with the PETG. Oh yeah, I know the brands of the filament are going to make differences too. I get it, Do you have a consistent brand you like to use? Do you always buy the same stuff? Or do you try different stuff all the time? Who, who is who is the meatiest knight at the? I have no clue. we'd have to know who all the knights are. I guess. I don't know. Right. Yeah, yeah, Dave. I get all that. I just haven't had enough experience. Like I said, the only roll is I've only had one roll of media. The PETG, and the whole time I thought it was PLA. Um, and the brand I used was I don't even know what brand it is. Oh, CC Tree. I guess that's what it is. That's what's printed on the plastic spool. It says CC Tree. So that's the only spool I had. Uh, yeah, the Cura. Oh my God, the vase I printed with the Cura was the walls were so thick, and the string inside. You couldn't put flowers in this vase. There's so many strings going across the inside of it. It looked like a spider web in there. You can't push. I mean, you can tear it all out, but I mean, if you try to stick a flower down it, you can't. There's too much material inside. It's ridiculous. So yeah, the cure. I wasn't happy with the cure at all. The print didn't come out as. Of course, the settings are different. I get it. And I didn't spend a lot of time with the cure because I spent a lot of time with the image maker and got it working really good. And then I decided to try the Cura, and all I did was take the settings I had from Image Maker, put it in Cura, and then tweaked it a little bit. And I could tell immediately with one print that it was going to be a whole new learning curve, and I didn't want to learn all over again. So I decided I'm happy with the Image Maker. I'm just going to stick with it. I just decided that just wasn't worth relearning the software to use Cura when I was getting good prints off the image maker. It's like, wow, this is great. So screw it. Oh, it's Idea Maker, not Image Maker. Idea Maker. That's the software I was using. The slicer. Yeah. Yeah. So that was the slicer I was using. It's Idea Maker. And then, like I said, I tried Cura, and I wasn't happy with that. So, which slicer are you using, Dave? A bunch of good stuff went by. Let me go back. So, where do you buy your TPU? And how much? How costly is it? Yeah, I heard Hatchbox is really good stuff. Yeah, I saw the vase mode in Cure. I think Idea Maker has it too. I think definitely different settings. I mean, oh my God, you know Dave's right. Cure has a shitload of settings. Christ, I was on pages and pages of settings that I didn't even know what to do with them. Like, holy crap, you know, because they're not in Idea Maker. So, so where do you guys buy your filament? Like this inland you're talking about. Where do you buy it at? And what kind of money are we talking here? Good night, man cave. Have a good night, buddy. What do you mean by multi processes? What do you mean by that? All right, Craft King. Have a good night, buddy. So, Micro Center, is that a website? You go straight there and buy it direct? Is that what you're doing? No, Ronnie. None of that comes preset. If you want dual rates and expo and that kind of stuff, you have to program it in the transmitter. Um, and that you know, for guys like Dave that are air marshal, that are uh, spectrum geniuses, they know exactly where to go to do it. You know, I can do it, but I have to have the transmitter in my hand, and I can work it around it and find it. But yeah, you have to program all that stuff. None of that stuff comes preset. You know, and every radio that Spectrum puts out, its menu system's different. So if you're looking at a DX6i or a DX9 uh, third edition, they keep changing it. So once you figure out how they're doing their stuff, it's kind of intuitive. It's not horrible. Um, I just you know I've made my decision that wasn't the radio I wanted. You know. Oh, cool! You just go right to the store. Well, that's sweet. Yeah, I wish I had a 3D store right here that I could go to. That'd be wonderful. Yeah. So the sub you printed, Dave. Did you print that to make it radio control? Were you going to cut it open, or was that strictly going to be a display? No, I didn't like the sound of that. Okay, be right back. I heard something outside I don't like. No, and I almost wrecked my B2. I better go put this away while I'm going that way. So, before you got here, Dave, I was talking about how my printer broke. So let me show you what broke. So this is the tension arm that, I'm sure you recognize it. The filament goes through here, and right there is where the little wheel is that pushes the filament against the feed stepper motor. And you can see it broke off right there. There's a little piece of it missing right there. And so I had to make a new one. I made one out of aluminum. I machined a piece of aluminum, which I can't find the piece right now. I was going to show you the big hunk of aluminum I used to make that. But I made a new one, and it works. It's working perfect. But here's here's a couple of prints that didn't work out with this new material because I had the settings all wrong and I had no idea. So yeah, that stuff didn't work at all. But before the extruder wasn't feeding with that thing broken. It wasn't feeding the filament. So it's obviously feeding. I just don't have the settings right because I had no idea that I bought the wrong material. Not that it's wrong, it's just different material than what I thought I was already using. So I bought more PLA because I thought that's what I was using. And it turns out it wasn't. So now I got to learn all over again. Oh my god, this looks like a joke. So let me yeah, I made a new one out of aluminum. I stayed up last night and I machined a whole new one. It's working perfect. It ain't gonna break. It's a big solid piece of aluminum. So problem solved. There's no way that's breaking. Nate, good morning. Good to see you, man. Yeah. So yeah, I solved that plastic arm problem, which when I bought the thing, I didn't see an issue with it because it'd been working fine. But after it broke, I'm looking at it like, yeah, well, of course it broke. It's plastic. The fuck? That's a heavy duty spring on that son of a bitch. Of course it broke. So it ain't gonna break again. The new one's aluminum. It ain't breaking. Ain't no way. Flaps! You're back! Okay, Matt, so what does that translate to? How many planes did you buy? And weren't we talking about this last week too? The RV-8? Did you take a look at that thing? Oh my god, I'm in love with that plane. Of course we're still live, Flaps. You know better than that. I'm the marathon man, right? That's why you come to my show. Because we're up all night. All RC. All RC all night. Have to use my sexy porn voice. Oh God, Matt, welcome to my world. Holy crap. Talk about, oh my God, there's so many freaking choices. Yeah. Good God. Man, I gotta win the lottery so I could just buy them all. You know, buy a big giant garage and bigger than the one I'm getting, and then just buy them all. Cause holy crap, there's so many cool airplanes out there. You know, it's tough. It really is. It's. I mean, I just want so many of these damn airplanes they've come out with. They come out with such cool shit. You know, it's just tough. The Mirage, what, the free wing Mirage? Is that the one you're looking at? What's the difference between the power setups in the MiG and the F5? Or I'm sorry, not the MiG, but the Mirage and the F5. Ground beef. uh, I got 100 of those, Dave. What do you call a guy hanging off the side of a mountain? Cliff. Here's another one. What do you call a guy in the bottom of the ocean? Sandy. Neil. No, probably not. What's going on here? Why is this? Huh. I'm not even charging anything. Why is this getting so damn hot? Here's a good one you guys will like. I know you're going to like this one. So, guy goes to a prostitution's house and he rings the bell. And the madam comes to the door and she's looking out and she doesn't see anybody. And the guy says, "Down here." And she looks down and the guy, he's got no arms or legs. And she says, "Oh my God, what are you doing here? What do you think you're going to do here with no arms and legs? Who do you think you're going to satisfy like that?" And he looks up at her and smiles and says, "I rang the bell, didn't I?" I love that joke. Is sleep drunk? Not me. I'm wide awake. What do you call a what do you call a girl with no arms or legs? Patty. What do you call a guy with no arms or legs? Matt. No offense, Matt. One for me, one for the road. That's funny. Here's a long joke, but it's pretty funny. Guy walks into a bar. There's a jar on the bar full of money. So he walks up to the bartender and he says, "So what's with the jar?" And he says, "Oh, it's a challenge. Um, you put $10 in the jar, and you go out back, and if you can make my horse laugh, you get the money." And he goes, "Okay, I'm in." So he puts his $10 in the jar, and he goes out back, and he whispers something in the horse's ear, and the horse starts laughing hysterically. And he walks back inside and takes the jar and says, "Thanks, have a great day." And the bartender's like, "What the hell? What did he just say to my horse?" So next week the guy comes back and the jar's back up and he says, "Are you still trying to make the horse laugh?" He says, "No, now we got you got the challenge is to make him cry." He says, "Okay, I'm in." He puts his $10 in the jar. He goes out back. He whispers something in the or no, he goes out back and now the horse is bawling, crying his eyes out. He comes back in and he takes the jar. And he says, "Thanks a lot. Have a good day." He goes, "Wait a minute. Last week you come in here, you make my horse laugh. This week you make my horse cry. What the hell did you say to him?" The guy says, "Well, last week I told him my dick was bigger than his. This week I showed him." the the claustrophobic guy astronaut. That's pretty funny. I like that one. So my power supply is chirping. It sounds like a damn bird. Uh, Apparently, the fan is kicking on and off to cool it down, but it's just barely. I mean, it's not even getting up to speed. It just turns on, runs a couple of revolutions, and shuts back off. And apparently, the bearing's a little squeaky, so it sounds like it's chirping. It's actually kind of funny. So let's. I'm gonna charge this battery for a second and see what happens. See if we can get this thing to actually turn on all the way.
Pressed no balance.
All right, Paul. Hey, man, have a good night. Enjoy flying tomorrow. Oof. All right, guys, come on. There's 16 of you in here. We're gonna just tell jokes all night, or we're gonna do some more RCing, or 3D printing, or something. Or we can tell jokes. That's fine. Running out of jokes. Man, I knew a really good one, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I know some more of those name game jokes too. I'm trying to think of those too. Oh, what do you call a girl in a wishing fountain? Penny. And yeah, start telling engineering jokes. Yeah, there you go. How many computer programmers does it take screwing a light bulb? None. It's a hardware problem. All right, Flaps. Have a good night. Wake up in a couple hours. We'll still be here. So, Dave, are your friends still there? Everything cool? Are they grieving well with you there? That's sad news. I hate to hear shit like that. I mean, I know it happens. It's part of life, but it still sucks. Please, no engineering jokes. So an engineer likes this girl, but she goes and sees a doctor that she likes for a monthly checkup. So you know what he gives her? I don't know. What's he give her? That's funny. Oh, the humanity of it all. Okay, so I'm probably gonna mess this joke up. I don't remember it exactly. I think I do. So, what kind of engineer is God? A civil engineer. Because only a civil engineer would put a septic system through a recreational park. Think about it. Oh, really? Only four, Matt? Wow. Christ, I always have at least four on my list. Always. So what four are they? That's a pretty good one. ACDC in the tournament says a big metal fan. Which MiG 17? The one from Hobby King? Yeah, I get it. That's pretty cute, Sawyer. I like that one. I was going to say big. It should be a big heavy metal fan, but I guess a turbine doesn't have a heavy fan. But it sounds a little better. The answer sounds better. A big heavy metal fan. But yeah, that's a good one. I like it. It's cute. I'm too tired to get it. Yeah, the thinking process is shutting down. So nobody's laughing at my jokes. I guess none of them are any good, huh? So let's see. My big on my list right now is a bunch of airplanes. So the new one that Ryan just brought out today made my list because I want another night flyer. I love night flyers. Um, my favorite is a plane that Ryan demoed years ago, the Air Titan. The night version of the Air Titan is awesome. I love that plane. But I like the new Timber X night plane. That's cool. Um, I like the Husky. I like FMS's new Pitts. I ordered it over a month ago. Still waiting. Um, I love the FMS uh, Carbon Cub, the 1700 Cub. I want that one too. I like that one. The new Air Tractor from Horizon Hobby. I love that one. Um, the new RV8 from Flex Innovations. Love that one. What else? Everything but the RV8 are the best bang for the buck airplanes. Every one of them. They're just screaming good deals. The plane for the kind of money they're asking is just freaking awesome. Um, the RV8's just cool. It flies fantastic. The Mamba, another one I want, but not a deal. You know, you ain't gonna get a deal from Flex. They're just way too proud of their stuff. But I still like the planes. So, um, I think between the RV8 though and the Mamba, now that I see the RV8 flew it, I'd rather have the RV8. Um, and I know that I guess they make it the night fly version, but I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know how well it's lit. In the past, most of Flex's night shit's not very good. Excuse me, but thank you, William. Yes, that helps. Thank you. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, the VQs. Yeah, those are awesome airplanes. Yeah, the Banshee. I want the Banshee pretty bad. A little pricey. I mean, they really are great deals for what they are. You can't, you know, it's a lot of airplane for the money, but it's a lot of money. I mean, by the time you buy the airframe and then buy everything to make it a full airplane, it's pricey. Not that it's not worth it. It is super worth it, for sure. Great deal, but just out of my price range right now. Hey, Northeast, welcome. Oh, that's good news. So you guys are not locked down anymore. That's cool. Yeah, I heard that, but you know, Ryan, they're not listing any of the planes that VQ listed. Nexa, you know, there's no they don't have the Banshee. Well, at least what I saw on Motion's website, the Banshee's not on there. The Corsair wasn't on there. I don't think. Um, they also had a uh, was the what was it the V-tail Bonanza? I don't think that was on there. Um, so yeah, I'm curious if Nexus going to be carrying the whole line of VQ. Where are the rest of the planes? I don't know. Just makes me wonder. Don't know exactly what's going on there, but why can you never trust Adams? I don't know. Because they make up everything. That's funny. That's a good one. I like that one. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what becomes of all that. Because There was another. Somebody else was taking on another line. Um, I forget who was going where. Something was moving besides VQ to Nexa, and I don't remember what the other half of that was. I forget whose show I was watching that was talking about that. Was it Fight Night? Flight Night? Was Jeff talking about that? I don't remember. Are you working on a truck right now, Ryan? Probably a stupid question, huh? Oh my god, more engineering jokes. Oh, I gotcha. Because the video you put up before was just the 3S. A plane that they're not making that I would want. Good question. Um, More warbirds for sure. I'm all jetted out, and I don't give a rat's ass if they come out with any more jets. I'm all done with that. There's definitely a few warbirds though that they haven't made that I'd like, or they haven't made enough of them with options. Um, I wish FMS would have replaced their B-25 with a little bit bigger, better B-25. They discontinued theirs. Um, Apparently, it wasn't very good. I never saw some outstanding reviews of it. I guess it was okay, but not great. The LX model one is super nice, but it's LX model, so it's got issues, and you're going to have to deal with all the modeling that you have to do to make that a good airplane. But uh, Rich Baker seems to think it's awesome. He loves his. Um, that's one I'd like to have, though. I'd like a nice B-25, about the same size as the LX model one. Maybe a little smaller, maybe. Yeah, the Stuka was a good airplane. They discontinued that one. I'd like to see maybe a 2,000 millimeter size AT6 Texan. I think that'd be cool. Or maybe not quite that big, but 1,700 millimeter size ish. A nice Texan would be cool. Um, Matt, Motion makes an F9F Cougar, in the little toss airplanes. It's cool. It flies good. I like that one. I bought it. It's cool. Yeah, I knew you'd like the T6, Ryan. You grew up in one. So, let's see what else. Warbird wise. Maybe a Hellcat or a Bearcat. Big. 2000 size, somewhere around there. That'd be cool. Um, foamy. Everything I'm suggesting, I'd want a foamy. I'm not looking for anything balsa gas. Um, I like the foamies. Yeah, I still haven't figured out exactly what's the difference between the Cougar and the Panther. They're so similar. I think the intake isn't the shape of the intake different. The Panther is a V and the Cougar is kind of oval. Am I right? Is that what I'm thinking? I don't know. I was looking at it one day and I was like, aren't those the same airplane? Yeah, yeah. The Warhawk I just put together from LX Models is good size, beautiful plane. Of course, quality's not that great because it's LX Models, but I'm real happy with it. It's a nice airplane. You know, if FMS would have made it though, it would have been 100 times better. But that's the exact version, uh, paint scheme, everything about that plane is exactly what I love. That's why I had to buy it. It's I just love P40s, and it's it's big. It's 79 or 80 millimeter or 80 inches. I mean, yeah, it's 79 or 80 inches. Um, just a beautiful airplane. Flies great. Super light wing loading. It's very light. Um, it's not fast, but it's got plenty of power. It'll go vertical fine. It just isn't very fast. Um, that's just the way the RV8 is too. That oh really? The Cougar's got swept wings? Really? Huh. That's interesting. I don't remember that. Good to know. Okay, I don't get the group delay joke. Apparently that's a electrical engineer that I don't get. I guess you have to be an electrical engineer to get that one because I don't get group delay. So no, Ron, it doesn't. It doesn't prohibit it. It's just you have to set it up. Yeah, the P40 from FMS is not the model P40 I like. Um, And I couldn't tell you. I don't know all the different models. I just know when I look at it. When I see it, I know which one it is. That's a P40B. What's mine? Let me look. Hang on a minute. Yeah, mine doesn't have a letter designation. I don't know which P40 it is. I just know it's the one I like. I don't know. I can't remember what designation it is, but I definitely like. Um, Hi, Victor. You're still here? You've been lurking, or did you go away and come back? Well, in any case, have a good night, buddy. It's good to see you. Yeah, honestly, Ryan, I'm not sure exact. I just know I don't like the intake on the top of the B model, the one that um, the nose on the model you have is sleeker. It's got that intake on the top. Yeah, it's just I don't like that one. It's I'm just I've been in love with the version that LX came out with forever, and that's why I bought it because it was the model I wanted. As far as the style. Um, isn't the B the one that you like? The B didn't they make the little one the same one? That little what is it? The 980 size one? Isn't it the same model as yours? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I thought that was the same. B. Yeah, that's just one of those things. Everybody's got their own tastes. It just, I guess the ones I always saw in the movies were the model like mine. I'm pretty sure that I'm trying to think of. Oh, what was the one that I think John Wayne's movie? What was that? Flying Tigers? Was that the name of the movie? what do mermaids wash their fins with? That's a good one. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, it wasn't until I saw the little 980 that I even realized there was more than one type of P40. I only knew that one, the one I like, and then I started seeing these other versions, and I'm like, what the hell am I missing here? Because there's one with the round scoop on top, and then there's one with a, a, a more oval shaped scoop on top, and and then mine, I don't think it has a scoop at all on top, and yeah, just a bunch of different. I had no idea. Learn something new every day. Are you leaving, Ryan? Hey, before you go, I have a quick question. Where do I have to set up my banking information so that YouTube will send me my money? Is that done in YouTube Direct, or do you go to Google and set it up in Google? Because I have it set up in Google, but I'm not getting my money, so I'm just wondering, what am I doing wrong? Oh, no kidding. The first talks had a radio in them? Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Interesting. What kind of car does an egg drive? Hmm. A scrambler? A Yolkswagen. That's close. A scrambler, a Yolkswagen. Okay. We were both on the same page on that one. That's funny. All right, I'll poke around. I'm just trying to figure it out. A stupid joke mobile. Well, that's kind of been the theme tonight. Yeah. Welcome to Stupid Joke Night. 2 a.m. night all. All right, Lee. Hey, Lee, were you here all night? Were you just lurking? Well, anyway, have a good night. Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't know if I missed you or not. That's why I'm asking. I try to say hi to everybody, but I didn't notice you earlier, so maybe you popped in when I was swapping airplanes and hovercrafts and whatever. So, anyway, have a good night. Good to see you. Hey, Matt, you still here? You asked the question. What kind of bird? What are you looking for? What would you wish they'd make? I think you had one. Um, There was a. Yeah, I set that. I set that stuff up in Google. Um, my direct deposit information, everything. But they're still not sending the money to me, so I didn't know if there was something actually in YouTube I had to set up. Um, so, oh, I can't wait for this answer. Foot's favorite type of chip. Yeah. Totitos? Oh, I got you. Okay, so yeah. The Does that complete the collection if you get the F11 and the F9? Then you've got them all? All right, Ryan, I'll check it out. Thanks. Thanks for the help. Um, I'll see if I can figure it out. At least I know where to start looking. The AdSense code. So I'll look there. Um, they don't make it easy, that's for sure. Those are my good scissors. Son of a bitch. Been looking for those things everywhere. Weren't you doing the Thunderbird themes also? So did you guys pull the trigger on the F100 from Flex? The Black Diamonds, isn't that the scheme Wes had on his Flex jet at E Jets? What did the pot eat on its birthday? Pancakes. Oh, pots and pans. Oh, I get it. Okay, that wasn't one of your best ones. Yeah, I knew you had the fly one. Um, I just didn't know. I'm not familiar with fly stuff at all, so I have no idea how good that plane is. I mean, it looked good, but I didn't know if engineer wise it was well made, flies good, that kind of stuff. It's like my LX planes. You know, they look great, but and they fly good, but they're definitely not made well. You know, you got to do a lot to make those planes into a good airplane. Oh, no kidding. All right, that's interesting. The black diamonds are Arctic camo color, huh? Why did the salad go to the studio? To get some beats. Oh god. Oh Jesus. It's a good thing it's almost 2:30 in the morning. So how things going over on your side of the state, Matt? Is everything open? Everything closed down? You guys working? Your flying field back open yet? Oh no shit. The fuselage was 4 pieces? Damn. So that was a modeling kit for sure. Oh my god. uh, the worst in the state. What in number of infected people? Is that where everybody was over by you? What do you do for Publix? I tried to get a job there. I didn't get hired. All right, William. I'll do you if you do me. Yeah, I know. That's what she said. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's funny. So where else on YouTube do you get this kind of entertainment? They get towed. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. Yeah, it's you guys can't even bag now, huh? So how do you like working for Publix? How long you been there? Oh, that's funny, William. uh, what's it? Brown and sticky. Oh God, I don't know. Ice cream. Oh, you what? Are you wiping all the shopping carts down? Is that what you're doing? All right, Brian. Hey, have a good night, buddy. A stick. Is that like a jalapeno and a stick? All right, Northeast. Hey, good to see you. Have a good night or good day. I guess you're just starting your day, so have a good day. Yeah, I've heard it's a great place to work. You know, um, I've also heard the pay's not very good. Uh, what's an astronaut's favorite game? Hmm. I don't know. Probably another space something. Hmm. Oh my God, Monopoly. Okay. Uh, oh my God. Yeah, it's so I've been working in auto parts most of my career. I've done a few other things too, but well, I've done a lot of other things, but I've always done more than one job at a time. So I've always pretty much been employed in the automotive industry, mostly in parts, and then I've done other jobs too. But um, down here, O'Reilly's, AutoZone, Advance, they don't want to pay anything. I've been doing it for over 40 years, and they want to give you just over minimum wage. But I could go to Aldi's right now and get hired as a part-time stock boy and start at 13.40 an hour. So Figure that one out. Okay, I'll go with that. Ugly. Yeah. Why do golfers wear two pairs of pants? Yeah, William, I know. Yeah, in case they get a hole in one. You got to eliminate the word all. I don't think that was what you meant. In case they get a hole in one. Yeah, I get it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I think I'm going to be sick. Oh, God, that's funny. Slow motion. Shelfies, huh? That almost doesn't work. I think you need to hyphenate it. You know, between the L and the F. Because it almost sounds like shelf ease instead of shell fees. You get it? So I think you need to make that joke funnier. You got to hyphenate between the L and the F. uh, so William, I guess your sister's ugly. Just guessing. Oh my God. I had a really good kids joke. What was that one? It was really funny. Um, Damn, what was that joke? It was really funny too. Damn, what the hell was that joke? It was really funny. Huh. Can't think of it right now. Down to 8. Okay, guys, this is winding down. You guys are you're I'm losing you. Yeah. So what are you flying, William? Let's get that. Let's go somewhere else here for a minute. I thought you were going to tell me your family tree was a pole. Doesn't it doesn't split. You can't spell subtext without butt sex. I don't get that one at all. Even when you fix it from can't, it still doesn't make any sense. I've already lost. You lost it, did you? Yeah, I think I think we both have. Oh my god. All right, well, if you guys are going to talk about airplanes, I think I'm going to call it because I've had enough of these stupid jokes tonight. Not really, Sawyer. It's been pretty funny, but I'd like to get some airplane content going again if we could. Otherwise, I'm going to bed. Well, I'm not going to go to bed, but I'm going to go work on an airplane. Um, oh, really? So you mostly fly World War One stuff? No kidding. Really? Wow. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know a lot about World War One. I mean, I know the Spads, and the Falkers, but not a big follower of World War One stuff. I had well, okay. So here's a wing of a Spad, topped with camel. Um, when I started flying at the new field, the guy had, this is all balsa, and it's covered, with this fabric it's iron-on stuff, but it's got a fabric texture to it. And the first day I flew at that field, he crashed this, and he just threw it in the trash. And it wasn't broke that bad. I could have fixed it. So I saved this wing. I think I've got the other half too. Yeah, I've got both halves of the wing. Actually, I don't think these are. Yeah, those are the same halves. Two right wings. The upper and lower right wing is what I got. I just liked the plane so much before he crashed it, and I wanted to keep part of it. It just was a good looking airplane. uh, Once a man assaulted, made with milk, butter, and cheese. Oh, dairy. Oh, God. Yeah, we got the correction. I got it last time, too. I'm voice typing these, oh, are you? So autocorrect screwing it up, are they? Yeah, I used to use Silk and Dope on some of my planes. Not, just for the effect, not because it was the material of choice. Um, I've been pretty much a monocoat guy from day one, um, but like this plane, for instance, the soft with camel, Silk and Dope or these fabric, iron on fabric stuff. You almost have to do it if you want it to look any good. It's just not going to look right with shiny monocoat on it. So yeah, that textured monocoat they came out with is pretty cool. This stuff almost looks painted. He did something really cool too. I didn't notice until just now. He used like a what do they call those? Pinking shears. I think he used pinking shears to cut because it's got that jagged edge like fabric would have. Um, so that looks really good. I like what he did there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've had a few Dynam planes. I used to really like Dynam because their stuff was really cheap, and I didn't mind doing the extra work when it was that cheap. But their prices have gone up so much now, and you got to do all the work. It's not that great of a deal anymore. You know, when you're only talking about a few dollars difference between one that you don't have to do anything but the final assembly, and a Dynam plane where you end up having the glue parts and put all the decals on, and you know it's a lot more work. You know, and the money difference isn't enough to make it worth buying anymore for me anyway. Um, it used to be a substantial difference in price, but their prices have gone up now to the point where it's really not that great of a deal. Which F-100? Your Fly one is very light. Is that what you're telling me? Because I'm pretty sure the Flex ones is very light too. I picked it up. It was pretty light. Hey, John, welcome. Good morning. Grab your coffee, sit down, relax. It's joke night. You're missing all these great jokes. Sawyer here is just got a bag full of them. It's hilarious. Be careful you don't snort your coffee. Is Fly still in business? And where do you get Fly planes? Yeah, Dynam's come out with bind and fly planes now. Did you know that? So some of the planes they have three versions. You can buy the plug and play, the bind and fly, or the ready to fly. So yeah, they've stepped up that too. I just when I was buying a lot of Dynam planes when they were, I mean, $100 cheaper. Um, yeah, you'll catch all the jokes on the replay, John. There's a shitload of them. Hey, Matt, your fly plane's bigger than the Flex one, though, isn't it? The F-100. Yours looked bigger than theirs. So obviously the molds aren't the same, unless I'm wrong. But I seem to remember your fly plane was no, I wouldn't say a lot bigger, but it was bigger. Please God help us. Oh my God, pickup lines. Here we go. Do we have a choice? Right, William? I mean, well, just saying. my god. Did you, when we were at the show, Matt? The E-Jets. Did you go over and look at Flex's F-100? No, I don't. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. They didn't have it at. I'm confusing two shows. Um, I went to Florida Jets, in Lakeland, and they had it there. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I was thinking that we were at the. Yeah, I was thinking it was the same show and it wasn't. Yeah, no, they didn't have it at E Jets, but they had it at Florida Jets at Lakeland. They had two of them there. One was in the Thunderbird scheme, and one was camo. And yeah, the I'm pretty sure their version is smaller than yours, your Fly one. So yeah, yeah, go on the website, Flex's website, and see what the wingspan is on theirs, and then measure yours. Yeah, it's funny that you said that because the whole time I was thinking that was the same show. I forgot I went to a second show this year already. Yeah, I didn't fly though. I was gonna thought about it. Um, the only plane I wanted to fly there was my Yak 130 because nothing else would have been that impressive. Yeah, they had. Oh my God, the Jets this year there were nuts. They were so big. Oh my God, everything just doubled in size. I mean, it wasn't last year, but like 2 years ago at Florida Jets, um, there were Jets in the maybe the 80 inch, 100 inch kind of size. God, not this year. Jesus, everything was freaking huge. I mean, you could damn near get in it. I mean, God, it was crazy how big the Jets were this year. All turbine. Um, I don't think anybody flew an electric plane this year. Well, I didn't see one. Now Jerry was there, from uh, Mulberry, and he told me he was going to fly his SU-30, but I don't think he did. I didn't see him fly it. I think something happened and he ended up not flying it. but he said he was invited to fly it. And so there was one other Yak 130. It was a turbine one, but it wasn't much bigger than mine. It was. I was surprised how small that particular airplane was compared to everything else that was there. Because my God, everything there was huge. You know, these jets were 12 feet long. You know, not wingspan, but length. You know, 12 feet. I mean, they were crazy big. Everything. They were all huge. Okay, so yours is 48 and theirs is 45. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, the flex plane's smaller than yours. That doesn't sound like a lot, but 3 inches on a jet's a lot. That's a big difference. You know, so if you set those two side by side, yours is going to look huge over theirs. Yes, Matt. As a matter of fact, well, yeah, their club hosted the Florida Jets, the Mulberry Club. Yeah, they hosted Florida Jets, and I didn't know that. I guess they host it every year. Because I always buy raffle tickets. You know, and this year you know, because they give away a plane. They were giving away a. They gave away an F-18 this year. 2 years ago, it gave away a T-45. You know, the free wing one. Oh God, I wanted that plane. Um, so yeah, there were all the club members that I saw at the event, E-Jets, were sitting at the table. You know, where you get buy a T-shirt or buy raffle tickets. And then I asked them. I says, Jerry here, and they looked at me kind of funny and like, Jerry McGee. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, he's around here somewhere. Okay. And then I saw him. So I walked over and started talking to him, and I asked him, "Do you guys host this every year?" He goes, "Yeah, we host it every year." I'm like, "Really? Wow, that's cool." So all this time they've been hosting it and weren't allowed to fly at it because you know they're an electric, pretty much an electric club. And this year they opened it up to electrics, so you could fly if you wanted to. Um, if you had an electric plane you want to fly it, you could. Oh, they host Top Gun also? Wow. Now see, I don't. Why would they do that? Did they think they're going to get members to their club from it? I mean, they're not. Well, I guess they're not that far away. Um, I would. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know that. I mean, is there? Hmm, is there a club that flies off that field weekly over there at Lakeland, or is that strictly for just their events? You know, the three events: Top Gun, 12 o'clock high, and Florida Jets. Is that the only time they use that runway, or is there club members flying there weekly? I don't know. That's interesting. Because if not, then that would explain why they would host it so that they would get new members down to their club field where we flew. Yeah, I was struggling with that for a while. Like, why would you guys host this? What do you gain from hosting this? And then I thought about it, and I go, their field's not that far away from here. You know, yeah, weird. I didn't know. It was interesting. I was trying to figure it out. It seemed odd, but what do I know? No, that's not good. I guess that's the only one I have. Oh, I get you. So they don't fly there regularly, just the events. The rest of the time, the fields, nobody's flying there. Wow, that's interesting. Have that big paved field and all that set up like that, and they only do 3 events a year. Because I think there's only 3 events that happen there, right? Just 12 o'clock high, Florida Jets, and Top Gun. I think those are the only 3 they have there. Well, Sawyer, I'm glad you're having fun. Me too. Honestly, it's been fun. I uh, I don't know if everybody, is having fun doing your jokes, but whatever. What's in the bag? Just um, adapters, connectors, that kind of stuff. I pulled this one out to power up this off the power supply because it had the right plug on it, but these wires aren't very heavy, so I was looking to see if I had a better one. An XD, a female XD60 with the bullet ends, that just plug in because the end of the power supply here has those kind of receivers. So I just happened to have exactly what I needed. And I was looking to see if I had another one with better wire on it, heavier wire, but I don't. So no big deal. That worked fine. I mean, I was charging that one battery at 10 amps. Well, it went up to 7.72. I think is as high as it went. So yeah, it didn't get warm. So I guess it's okay. I was just checking. I generally keep this in my car. There's most of my adapters are in my toolbox here. Your standard EC3 to Dean's and uh, Dean's to EC5 and 4mm bullet to EC5. It goes on and on. I got tons of battery adapters here. And they're going to come in handy because this thing is going to need several different, if I'm trying to discharge a Dean's plug or an EC5, I'm going to need this, exact I'm going to need some of these adapters. And I might have to use multiple adapters. So here's, for instance, is an XT60 to Dean's. Okay, so now I can plug a Dean's battery into it, but then maybe I need No. I am missing a connector. This is it? Yeah. So here's an EC5, a Dean's to EC5. So if I plug that into there, now I could plug an EC5 battery into here, to kill it. So I got EC5 to Dean's to XT60. So this kind of stuff is going to come in handy to, you know, use that the way I want to use it. So it's cool. I have another one of these somewhere, and this one I made up, but I bought one already pre-made. I think I actually bought two, and they're not in here, so they're probably either in one of the planes that's in the car or on a battery pack that's in the car. So do I have a turbine? No. God, no. No, bringing out lunch, yeah, no. No, it'd be a midnight snack. Yeah, turbines, no. Too expensive. I'll never buy a turbine. If I won the lottery, I might buy a turbine, but it wouldn't be a for sure thing. Um, the I was going to say the flight time and the batteries, but a real turbine, would not be a problem. So, but price is the big one. I mean, it's just way too expensive to put that much money into a single aircraft and then have something fail out of your control and lose the plane. Oh my God, that would just be too much to bear. It really would. That would kill me. So yeah, I don't think I'd ever put that much money in an airplane. It's just nuts. All right, William, now you're on the spot. You got to tell a joke. Oh, that's going to suck. Oh. Oh, sure, you know some jokes. Oh, I know one. This is the one I was thinking of. Um, how do you fix a leaky jack-o'-lantern? A jack-o'-lantern. How do you fix a leaky jack-o'-lantern? This is a cute joke. With a pumpkin patch. Pretty cute, isn't it? Oh my God. Yeah, 5 hours. I've been here for 6. That's normal. It seems my shows always go to at least 3, unless it's cold out here. I've ended a show. You guys are new, so you don't know. Last year, just before or just before Thanksgiving, I was doing my show here, and the temperature dropped below 40 degrees out here. And this is how I was dressed: just a t-shirt and jeans. I was freezing, and I didn't know it. So my adrenaline was keeping me active, sort of. But I had my left leg clenched. I didn't know it. I had it clenched like for 6 hours, and that slowed down the circulation to my left leg. So I got out of the chair to go in the house to get something. I couldn't walk on my leg. It was like sharp stabbing pains. I mean, not pins and needles pains. I mean, like daggers. I got frostbite on my leg. They referred to it. Frostbite is like sunburn. Okay, there's stages of it: 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree. So 1st degree frostbite they call frost nip. I don't care what you call it. It fucking hurt. And it's still not healed. My leg is still not healed. I've still got some kind of a skin condition going on, and I've been applying a antifungal cream, and it's going away. But that was back before Thanksgiving, November, and here we are, May, and I still haven't. It hasn't healed yet completely. It's pretty good. It's gotten a lot better, but it's still not healed. I also went into hypothermia that night. So once I got in the house, I started shivering uncontrollably for 3 hours. I was in bed like this, and no amount of heat. I had a super high fever. I was shivering. I lost 12 pounds, and it wasn't water weight. It was fat. I burnt that many calories that night and there's YouTube. You can go on YouTube and find hyperthermia weight loss. It's well known how much weight you lose when you go hyperthermic. So I'm in bed. I'm shivering. I got a big fever. I'm delirious. Some of the stuff I knew I was saying, which was nuts, but my ex-wife told me, of course the bus is still running, Randy. You know the answer to that. The buses are always running. She told me some stuff I was saying while I was, had the fever, and it was crazy. I was out of my mind. So it was a scary night. Between the hypothermia and the frostbite on my leg, and losing 12 pounds, took me over a month to put that 12 pounds back on. I wasn't trying to put it back on, but I hadn't changed my eating habits, so the weight came back on. But it took over a month before I got all that weight back on. So yeah, it was a pretty crazy night. So yeah, now, pretty much 50 degrees. It was below 40 that night. So that's like sitting in your refrigerator for 6 hours. You're going to be in serious problems if you sit in your refrigerator for 6 hours at 40 degrees or lower. So 50 is my cap. If it goes down to 50 degrees, I don't care what I'm wearing. I'm calling it a night. And I've had to do it a couple times. But other than that, like right now it's 71 degrees out here right now, and I'm fine. Even it's 60 degrees, I'm fine. When it starts getting in the 50s, I start getting chilly, and if it hits 50, I'm done. That's it. I'm calling it a night. I'm going in. So, and most of the guys that were, in the show knew that. you know, they're constantly looking out for me, and I really appreciate it. But a lot of nights we were in the chat, and the guys say, "If you got, where's your sweatshirt? You got your sweatshirt?" And then I tell them how, hey, the temperature's good. We're 71. I don't need a sweatshirt. We're fine. But yeah, a lot of people were concerned, which makes me feel really good, guys. I got to tell you, it's nice to know that these guys like me enough to care. Um, yeah, you're right, Sawyer. You hit the nail on the head with that statement. I started flying when I was 13, and my mom thought it was a good idea. She thought it'd keep me out of trouble, and it did. It worked. And I agree with you 100%. I think, you know, I didn't have money for any kind of drugs or alcohol. That's why I've never had it. I've never even tried it because I never had money for it. And it's such a waste of money. You know, I calculate everything out in RC airplane parts and car parts. I have 9 cars and over 70 model airplanes, 2 motorcycles. So everything equates to, I could buy a 12 pack of beer, or I could buy car parts, or motorcycle parts, or airplane parts, or airplanes, or what. And that's the way I equate everything. Anytime something comes up. So yeah, it's never been a factor for me. But you're right. Now the FAA is trying to kill our hobby. Which is all these new. I know Flight Test has over 800,000 subscribers. They may have over 1 million. The last time I checked, it was over 800,000. And most of those are kids, or fathers and kids. That's their focus group, or where their company's headed, is the younger generation. Bring them up in the hobby. Um, so, but will they stay in the hobby? That's the problem. You know, Especially the girls. You get a girl in the hobby. Um, at that young age, yeah, it's cool when you're a kid, but then when they start chasing boys, and most of the boys they're chasing are going to be jocks, so they're not going to fly radio control airplanes. So they're not going to keep up with it. They're going to let it go. They're going to move on. It's amazing what parents teach their kids. So, you guys didn't get the bus joke that Randy told, but I used to drive a bus for Disney. And I may be going back. Um, so anyway, I'm a big kid. I mean, I'm not gonna grow up. I don't have to grow up. I have to grow old, but I don't have to grow up. I like toys. Period. Any kind of toy. I'm just a toy nut. I like kid things. So my lunch pail, or whatever you want to call it, my lunchbox for work, um, was a Disney Cars lunchbox. The cartoon Cars, right? So I part of my attire, whatever you want to call it, for driving the bus is I always had an umbrella and my lunchbox, which was a Cars lunchbox. And I got on my bus one day, and some kid, probably about 8, he looks at me and gets really pissed off. He says, "You can't have that lunchbox. You're too old." And I said, "No, I'm not. Who says I can't have my lunchbox?" And he says, "My dad." I said, "Well, your dad's wrong. If you want a Cars lunchbox, you can have one. Here's proof. I want a Cars lunchbox, so I have one." And I just told him, don't ever think you have to grow old. Stay a kid as long as you can. And he just kind of looked at me and thought about it, and I could tell he was really puzzled, because apparently his dad is hammering into this kid that you can't, at 8, you can't play with toys anymore. You got to grow up and be a man. Listen, I'm every bit of man there is, but I still like toys, and that's never going to change. I'll be 60 this year, and it's not going to change. I still like, when I tell everybody this, when I go to Walmart, it doesn't matter what I'm going to Walmart for. If I'm going there for plumbing supplies, automotive, it doesn't matter. When I walk in the store, the first place I go is the toy department. Every time. Even if I'm in a hurry, I still go through the toy department. Because I got to see if there's anything new that came out that I just have to have. Especially the radio control stuff. So, because I just love radio control, everything. So, and you guys didn't see this. It's right there. I'm going to grab it real quick. This is one of the coolest toys I've ever bought that's radio control, and I got it at Walmart. I showed this off the other night, and you guys probably weren't here for it. So this is this is one of the most badass RC cars I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this is just freaking cool as shit. The lights work, the turn signals work. I'm pretty sure it's got engine sound, I think. And John is the old man. Yeah, welcome to the old folks' home. Now, this is kids' hour, as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, it just doesn't get much cooler than this, and this is what I live for. Like I said, when I go to Walmart, I'm looking for stuff like this, and I've got hundreds of these things. I mean, there's two Dodge Chargers up there. Same scale as this, same size. Again, lights, play music, all kinds of crazy stuff. Got a giant Hummer H2. I've got an H2 over here. I've got a Dodge Magnum over here. I've got a Mercedes C-Class over here. I've got all this size. They're all this big. I've got a Chrysler 300 over here. I've got 3 of the Dodge Chargers. Or no, 4. I have 4 of the Dodge Chargers. Different color schemes. But yeah, I have 4 of those. What else do I have over here? I had a hovercraft out here earlier. I don't know if you guys were here for that. I had that out here. Yeah, if it's RC, I have it. I own it. I mean, there's just nothing. Pretty much. Okay, so one thing I don't have yet, the paramotor that Hobby King sells. I'm gonna get one of those. It's a little cart, 3-wheel cart with a parachute on it, paramotor, and a couple of people have put like a G.I. Joe doll in it or a Barbie doll in it. One guy put Woody from Toy Story. He put Woody in the chair, and you fly it around, and it flies exactly like the real ones. You tug on the rope, the strings, to turn it, and so I have a hovercraft, but I don't have a paramotor. So I'll probably be getting it. It's pretty cute. One of the guys out of our field bought one, and it was flying around, and it was pretty cute. So yeah, I'll probably buy one of those. But yeah, pretty much, I don't have a radio control submarine yet, but that's another one I want. That's going to happen sooner or later. Definitely going to be buying a radio control submarine. Um, Definitely going to be buying when Motion RC gets the tanks back in stock. I'm definitely buying a tank. Um, I have a motorized tank that's very cool. Um, it's I think it's the Tiger Walker tank. I think that's what they call it. It's not radio controlled, but it's very cool. It's motorized. You put batteries in it, you turn it on, and you set it on a path, and whatever it comes up against, it crawls over it. I don't care what it is. I mean, I was stacking pillows in my living room, you know, 3 feet high. And that son bitch would crawl right over them. You know, they just crawl up the pillows, go over the other side, and down. And it was just cool as shit. Um, I may still have it. I don't know. I don't personally have it, but I think my brother has it accidentally. So yeah, it's yeah. I love flying stuff. My first love was airplanes, and it always will be. Um, the first thing I owned are I've got a well, it's funny. I've the RC car from Toy Story. The box for it's right there. My computer's sitting on the Toy Story box. But I also have a front end loader. You know, a commercial um, construction front end loader, radio controlled. Um, I have a dump truck, radio controlled. Well, okay, technically the dump truck is remote control. It's on a wire, but it's a very long wire. I also have the loader on a wire, but I also bought the RC version of it. They came out with an RC version of it, so I bought it too. So I have both the loaders, the wired one and they're identical. They just took the wire away and put a radio in it. Um, but yeah, I say it all the time. If it's RC, I own it. Period. I mean, it's. But yeah, the airplanes are my first love for sure. I got it. I didn't get into cars really. Um, I moved here in '83 to Florida, and when I got down here, I started looking for a flying field, and the only one I could find, I couldn't find any of nobody had any pylon racing going on, and that was my first love. I love racing. I love any kind of racing, but I was a pylon racer. That's where 6 months after I learned to fly, I was pylon racing. And back in '73. So I couldn't find a pylon racing club down here, so I settled for a club that was close by that was mostly pattern. Pattern flying. Not 3D. 3D hadn't been invented yet. Just pattern flying. And so I looked into RC cars. It was, that was the heyday, just starting up. RC car was getting really popular, starting to race these things. I said, okay, I'm going to do that. So I started buying RC cars to race, and we've got hundreds of trophies from RC car racing. Hundreds. I did find there's a club locally now that does pylon racing. So I may go back to RC pylon racing. I don't know yet. Haven't decided, but I may look into it. Yeah, exactly, William. You can never have enough RC stuff. Honest to God, it's just, for me, this is my addiction. I can't stop buying this stuff. It's crazy. I don't even go in looking for anything specific. I see it and I gotta have it. Case in point, one night I was in Walmart and again, just cruising through. I didn't go to Walmart to look at toys. I was just cruising through, and I came across the 24th scale Dodge Charger, '07, '09 ish Dodge Charger, Daytona. So it had the Daytona stripe on it and everything, and lime green. Had to have it. I've never seen a lime green one before. It looked so badass. It was the cool. I gotta have it, so I bought it. You know, just I see something like that, I gotta have it. I saw this, but I didn't even hesitate. Usually, I wait till this stuff goes on sale after Christmas. If they have any left, they go on sale cheap. I couldn't wait for this one. I had to buy it right then. I was afraid I'd lose it. I knew that there's no way these are not going to sell before Christmas. This Camaro, not looking like this. I mean, this isn't your standard Camaro. This thing's lowered. It's got giant wheels on it. It just looks, the stance alone is just so badass that this was going to be a winner for sure. So I bought one. I had to have it. And I think this car came out in '09, I think. I ended up going to a Chevy dealership for they sold this exact color too. It was a candy red one. I happen to know at that time I was working for Allstate Insurance as an insurance adjuster, and I would stop by that dealership quite a bit because I knew the body shop manager pretty well. And anytime there was an event coming up, he'd always let me know. So he tells me, hey, we got a big event coming up. I don't know what day it was, Friday, Saturday, I don't know. It was a day I wasn't working. Or actually, it might have been, but I was after work time. It was like 6 or 7. They told me they were delivering a Camaro to a guy. And I was like, really? And so I brought this, and before they unveiled his car, I was driving it around in the parking lot, and it was getting a lot of attention. And even from the guy that bought the real one, he come over, he goes, "Where'd you get that?" I said, "Walmart." "Really?" I go, "Yeah." And then they bring his car out, and it matches this exactly. So now they start taking pictures of his car and my car together, and it was pretty cool. So you've been doing what, William? RC airplanes for 45 years? Is that what you're telling me? Or RC, or just RC planes, or what are you telling me? I've got you beat by 2 years. 47 years for me. But yeah, great hobby. And when companies make cool stuff like this, I'm your man. I can't get enough of it. I just can't. I just love this stuff. And these foam planes they're coming out with now are so cool. I mean, the detail and the models that they offer, and now they keep making the stuff bigger, and battery technology is getting better by the hour. And any advice for an 18-year-old? Is that how old you are, Sawyer? 18? Yeah, don't grow up. Yeah, that's my advice. Don't ever think you need to grow up. Don't let other people, tell you you can't stay a kid or you have to grow. Don't let anybody tell you that. You just be, I've never changed. I'm still the same kid I was when I was 8. Okay? I love toys, and I still go, and I'm not ashamed of it. I go into Walmart all the time and come up to checkout with a bunch of toys in my hand, and the cashier says, "Oh, you buying these for your kids?" And I said, "Nope, they're for me. Don't care. Judge me if you want. I don't care. I'm not ashamed of it. Yep, nope, they're for me." They usually laugh. They think it's funny. Either they think I'm kidding, or they think it's cute that a grown man, 60-year-old man, still buys toys. Either way, I don't care. I don't care what people think. I'm going to do my thing, and I'm going to do what I like, and I'm going to buy toys until my deathbed. I'm going to be buying toys. Yep, own it. Exactly. I own it proudly. I am not the least bit ashamed of what I do. You know, the hobbies I have, and the toys I buy. I mean, listen, Toys R Us has got nothing on me. I have way more toys than Toys R Us could ever think of. I really do. Um, all kinds of stuff. I'm not into everything, but collectible stuff, I don't. I don't have a full collection of anything, but I have a decent collection of a lot of stuff. But yeah, I just when they come out with something cool, I gotta have it. When they came out with that really badass lightsaber for Star Wars, the one that looks real and it's got the fluorescent tube, and that you can actually smack shit with. It doesn't break. It's and it glows. Just like the real thing. I bought that one, and then I bought. I went. I used to work for Disney, so over there they have a place where you can build your own lightsaber. I don't know what it costs, but I think they charge by the piece or something. But you pick all the pieces and you build a lightsaber for yourself, and then they scan all the pieces, and you pay whatever you build. And I built one of those double sword ones from the what the Seth. He had the double red sword, so I built one of those because you can split it in half and have two red ones. The way I built it, I put more parts in mine on purpose, so I can make one double end sword or two single swords. And this stuff's on display in my living room. So, Legos I don't have. Never got into Legos. It wasn't, because I still have an erector set, and this other one that's even cooler than the erector set. It's plastic I-beams, okay, that you construct a building with, and then they have these snap-on outer panels that are the windows and all the brickwork or whatever around the windows. There's several different kinds, get a different look. And you literally can build any building you want and then snap whatever size window. They make windows for every size girder you can put together. And it was the coolest thing, the way these I-beams snapped into each other. So you're building a framework of rectangles, squares, rectangles, whatever. And then you snap the windows on the outside of it. It makes the coolest looking building. And you can put lights inside it. And so I have that. I have an erector set. I think I have a Lincoln log set still. Just crazy. For some reason, and I don't know why. I can't answer this question. I really don't know why. I know why now. Lego stuff's too expensive now, but originally it wasn't, and yet I still didn't get into it. I mean, I have some Legos, but just some standard blocks, no big deal. No fancy. This kit makes a boat. No. When I bought my Legos, you just bought a bag of Legos. There wasn't any project it turns into. You just bought a bag of Legos and you made whatever you want to make. Now they have the space shuttle with all these custom little teeny pieces, and to me that's not even Legos, but whatever. But yeah, Legos wasn't one I got into, and I really can't answer why. Don't know why. With my history of everything, I should have been all over Legos, and that was just never a big deal to me. And then when they start coming out with all these cool ass sailing ships and everything. Oh my God, I want to get into it so bad, but it's too expensive. Oh my God. I can't believe what they're asking for. Listen, I'm going to buy an RC car or tank or something way before I'm going to buy a Lego. Period. That's the only way I can equate it, guys. Yeah, a Kenner building set. Yep. So yeah, um, yeah. When it comes to a toy like that, Legos, RC airplane. For me, there's no comparison. You know, that's like an RC car like this or a slot car. Again, no comparison for me. You know, an RC car you can drive anywhere. A slot car you can only drive on a slot car track, and only the track that's built for that size slot car. So the limitations alone, you know, yeah. Well, again, the price is the problem. Lego RC would be fine, um, but it. I mean, the non RC stuff is so expensive. How expensive do you think an RC version of it's going to be? You know, and a Lego airplane I don't see happening, but a Lego car, yeah, but you know, unless you glue it all together, you know, you hit a bump or whatever, it's going to fall apart. So I don't know. Um, I personally I like the Lego stuff where they just take the regular bricks, no custom anything, colors, but just standard bricks, all the different sizes bricks, but just bricks, and build, um, the Washington Monument or Lincoln's, you know, memorial or one of the, something like that, out of just standard bricks. When they do something as cool as that, or a big sea serpent that's over there in the lagoon there at Disney, that's the kind of Legos I think are cool. Not the specialty stuff that those all those custom pieces in there to make it a sailing ship or a space shuttle or whatever. The Saturn V rocket, rare, not much Lego in it. I mean, a little bit, but not really. Um, and I know if you're going to build something that's that cool out of Legos, it's going to be huge. And I get that, but that I do like that. But yeah, Legos just isn't something I would spend. It's just like I said, they overpriced it to death, and I can't believe that people haven't, you know, got together and boycotted. Listen, if you're going to charge us that much for it, we're not going to buy your shit anymore. Because I mean, the prices are just ridiculously high, ridiculous. Oh yeah, yeah, I know Sawyer. Yep, yeah. The technique, the technical kits have all kinds of, and there's motors in there and chains and sprockets, and you can make anything motorized. A moving car, truck, uh, the space shuttle platform that takes the space shuttle from the assembly room out to the launch pad. Anything like that. Just cool. So, but yeah, I'm just an RC guy, a toy guy, an RC guy, and when they come out with cool ass toys like this, I'm in. So there's just no way I could walk away from this. There's just no way. Not possible. I guess I'll put it back where it was. So I've loved aviation since I was a little boy, and the only thing I can figure out from where that came from is going to air shows and watching Bob Hoover fly. That's the only thing I can figure out. Where the aviation craziness came from. I've been from as back as far as I can remember. Airplanes were my thing. Cars and airplanes. Cars too, but airplanes especially. I just things that fly just fascinated the shit out of me. And then I saw Bob Hoover start performing when I was around 8, and I just couldn't believe it. And I didn't know anything about RC at that time. Nothing. I didn't know anything about RC until I was 13, and I stumbled onto it. I was going to work with my mom one day. I don't remember why we were going to work. I think it was a Saturday morning. I know that, and I think the reason we were going is because she had to let a work crew in to fix something. I don't remember what exactly, but she had keys to the building. She was an officer. She had keys. And she had to go to work that day to let somebody in the building to fix something. So she had to take me with her. No babysitter. She had to take me with her. 13, I could have stayed home alone, but, overprotective mother. What are you gonna do? So I went to work with her, and on the way we're going down Tyler Boulevard in Menor, Ohio. Again, I'm an Ohio guy, and I see these model airplanes flying around, and I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! And, so I begged her to stop. I said, Mom, you gotta stop. And she did. We went back, and I got out of the car, and I walked up, and I'm looking at these airplanes, and listen, there was nothing like what we're looking at today. No P-51 Mustangs with all that detail on it, none of that. Just box airplanes like my first plane, this thing. Stuff like this. Just these boxes, but they have wings. They fly. My Quickie 500 here, balsa box with a wing on it. Basic airplanes, but they fly, and these guys have radios in their hands and they're flying them around. No strings, no control line bullshit. They're flying. And I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. And, so and a couple of guys in the club took me under their wing, literally, and started, helping me out, teaching me to fly. And one guy started selling me some of his used stuff. Wasn't trying to make a buck. He was doing me a huge favor, just being a nice guy. He was a well-known, very famous RC guy back in the day. And he was sponsored by everybody. So it was easy for him to sell me a used radio like that Kraft radio because he was sponsored by Kraft. He got radios either free or cheap. See, he was basically passing on the wealth. So he helped me learn to fly. Him and another guy. His name was Ed Nabora, and the other guy that helped me a lot was Larry. Christ, I just had his name on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. Now Larry was a handicapped guy. I think he had polio. That was still going on when I was a kid. And he was an older man, so back when he was a kid is when he got polio. So he had, deformed legs, couldn't walk really well. He had braces and stuff, but didn't stop him from flying airplanes. Horrible pilot, and he built, he's one of these guys that built his airplanes to be crash proof because he crashes a lot. Well, that made a plane not very flyable. You make it so damn sturdy and heavy, so it'll withstand a crash. It's going to crash because it's too heavy to fly. And he just didn't understand that. I kept telling him, Larry, if you're going to build these things to withstand a crash, that's all they're going to do is crash because it's too heavy. Build it to fly and stop crashing it. So, but he took me to the flying field a lot and let me fly his plane. And then Ed took me and he was a pylon racer. That's where I got the pylon racing from. And right away, you know, he got me into the racing part of it. Him and I were a team. You know, I'd be his caller, he'd be my caller, and we'd go race all over the upper states: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, um, possibly Kentucky. I think we might have gone to. I don't remember. I think we went to Kentucky. Um, Almost every weekend there was a race somewhere, and we were having the time of our lives. I for sure that was the best time of my life. Um, and it just never went away. I just, you know. And then when now there was a low when I got into the RC car racing. I got into it big. Okay, I was a sponsored driver. I was on the cover of Car Action magazine. Not me on the cover, but my car was on the cover of Car Action magazine, and my name was listed on it. And was traveling all over the country. You know, I didn't go to Bakersfield. The guy, my sponsor, wanted me to go there, but I was all over uh, Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, Georgia, Florida. Um, as far north as I don't know if we. I don't think I made it to any Ohio or Indiana races. I don't think we went that far north. Um, Alabama. So we're traveling all over, and went to several national events. Again, hundreds of trophies, hundreds of trophies. Um, and you know, it's always just been. This has been my life. This RC stuff's just been my life. And then when we had the big depression and all the RC tracks closed up, most of them, you know, my business suffered greatly. I had to close it, but didn't dismantle it. I still had it. I just wasn't opening it. It was about appointment only kind of thing. So my friends and customers that knew me would call me and say, "Hey, do you have one of these at the store?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll meet you there at whatever time." And then I'd go there, open up, and sell them the whatever those they wanted. And but I closed the store because there was nobody would had any. There was no reason to be there. You know, there's nobody has any money for RC stuff. They're putting food on the table. So that went on for several years, and you know, I got away from the airplanes a little bit. You know, I still had my planes, wasn't flying them as much. The Quickie 500 was not just a pylon racer; it was a plane you could go out and kind of just kick around with too. Now I used to kick around my quarter midget, you know, but not as much. That's pretty much just a race plane. And and then these foam planes hit, and they caught me completely off guard. I was busy racing cars at that when the foam airplanes hit the market, and I missed all the early run stuff, the real crappy stuff where they were trying to fly the planes with NiCad batteries that we raced the cars with and stuff. The big heavy bat, you know, that was a complete failure. But it was a stepping stone to much better. So when I realized that these foam airplanes that look super scale and have all this detail, and they were just going to lipo batteries, and that's when I got back into the airplanes heavy. And I'd already bought some helicopters. I was flying several helicopters. One of them is, I mean, I got my good one there, but that's not what I started with. I'll show you the helicopter I started with. Well, here's the radio for it right here. Um, it's I want to call it. It's one of those cheap toy grade, but this is a little better than just toy grade. It wasn't expensive, but it was fairly big. Um, it's got to be right here. it was right here. What did I do with it? Well, the box is right there for it. But I don't feel like digging the box out. But there's the box. It's the F645 is the number on it. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know what I did with it. Hell, I think I've got 3 of them. You know. So anyway, I bought that before I ever bought a foam plane. I was flying that around because again, if it's RC, you know, I'm doing it. And then I stumbled onto these foam planes, and oh my god, it just went. You know, I went freaking crazy. I just couldn't stop buying these airplanes. You know, Corsairs and, you know, Baba Black Sheep. You know, I got to have a Corsair and P-51s and P-47s and, you know, and it just goes on and on. It kept getting, I mean, it got crazy, out of hand. I mean, there's no room to live in my house. There's airplanes everywhere. That's what I'm building a big garage for. I got to get all this shit out of the house because we can't live in it anymore. There's airplanes everywhere. So, oh, Furball, you're back. A Raptor 3D 2001 still fly it. Who made that? Raptor 3D or 30? 30, I think. Raptor 30. Um, well, I got into the helis. Um, I started buying the little tiny ones. Okay, that's where the helis started. They had the little. I'll call these toy grade, and I've got a dozen of them, all different stuff. Um, some with the twin, you know, counter rotating blades, and some with the single rotor. I had one that was a dual rotor, but it had just 2 pusher motors. Um, all different kinds of stuff. You know, again, I couldn't stop buying those, and they were cheap. You know, they're really cheap, and they're fun to fly around in the house. Just coolish, and they look cool as hell. You know, the first ones I was buying were foam. You know, the bodies of the helicopter were actually made out of foam to keep them light, and then they started coming out with these super thin, lightweight plastic bodies that they could really put some detail in. You know, and then I finally bought the Kyosho Raptor. Gotcha. Um, they came out with this real 4-channel tail rotor collective pitch. No, it didn't have. It was a fixed pitch, but it was with a full articulating head, so you could fly it sideways and forward, backwards, and all that. But it didn't have variable pitch. Um, and so I still have all this stuff. Um, so again, I was flying those around forever, having a great time, and then I decided, you know, and I've got RC helicopters from way back. Um, but they were never a big thing because you couldn't fly them. They didn't have gyros in them back then or anything. There was no such thing. You just had to hang on. And oh my God, it was one of the hardest things to learn to fly back in the 70s was a helicopter. But I have 2 of those old gas helicopters. And then that's when it led into I bought this one over here was the first, you know, fairly good size. I'd say it's about a 200 or 300 size helicopter. You know, a bigger toy grade, but full, you know, again, fixed rotor pitch, but, you know, full collective cyclic, and the tail rotor, the counter, the torque, full blown real helicopter. And it was good looking too. It was a really nice looking helicopter. So I got that, and I was flying that around, and then I stumbled onto I think it went into the hobby shop. That I was can't remember what hobby shop it was, but I went to a hobby shop and saw some of the E-Flight stuff, which wasn't E-Flight then; it was Park Zone. Um, and I was like, "Oh my god, the detail and oh my the paint jobs and oh my god, it was crazy." And yeah, I was hooked. You know, had to buy a radio, and then and then the quadcopters came out, and I got right into those. I had to have one of those. Then I've got a dozen of them now. Um, yeah, just it just keeps escalating. They keep coming out with cooler shit, and I have to have it. So, oh my god, now it's 4 o'clock. That hour flew by. Holy shit. Um, yeah, so that's how it happened for me. I mean, it started really young, but it just kept getting in. As the technology gets better, I keep getting more and more into it. I mean, I just got to have more and more of it. Yeah, the fly bar. Yeah, I still have. Listen, I have a full 3D 500 size helicopter, but it's got a fly bar on it. It's older. So, so this is when I fly. I'm not a I'm not a 3D pilot. Okay, this is a 3D helicopter, and I've done a slow somersault with it. Um, I'm trying to think if I've done it both ways, forward and backwards. I don't think I did. I think I've only done a forward somersault. I think. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've flown it. Um, but yeah, this is one of the last flybar helicopters. They stopped putting flybars on it. That's why they discontinued this particular model. You know, it's called the 500 3D, and they stopped making this one. But my buddy bought it new, bought two of them, and he was flying the one, and this one was still brand new in the box, and it was like 3 years old when he sold it to me. And he said, "Listen, I don't need this anymore. I bought it for parts for the other one, but I haven't crashed the other one, and I've already bought a better helicopter, so I'm not going to need this anymore." And he sold it for less than half what he paid for it. So, and it's a really nice helicopter. I like it. It's well made. I like the way they set it up. It's got a belt drive going to the tail rotor. The tail rotor is connected to the main rotor. It doesn't have a separate electric motor back there. It's, pretty scale, functionality wise. Um, you know, this does have collective pitch, obviously, because you can fly it upside down. Um, just a really nice helicopter. I really like it. So, but yeah, when I saw these foam airplanes, and luckily I, got into the foamies when the battery technology was already, lipo, good lipo, good lipos, as in, you know, they kind of worked for 5 minutes or so, and now the batteries are insane, good. So yeah, and it just keeps every day it gets better. I mean, literally, it just keeps getting better, guys. Don't you agree? The stuff they're coming out with now is just incredible. That's a good flying helicopter. I mean, even if you're not going to 3D it, it flies nice. It yeah, it flies really nice. So I enjoy flying that around. But these airplanes are insane. You know, and it doesn't have everything. I've got a de Havilland Beaver over there that I'm in love with. It's one of my favorite airplanes. I have a bigger de Havilland Beaver in the house. That one's balsa. This one's foam. All the Warbirds. I got like, I think I have 8 Mustangs, P-51s, all different versions. Big, small, gas. Well, it's gas or electric. It's big. It's, I think, 81 inches or 82 inches, the wingspan on that. That's a big airplane. It's balsa. Got all the rest. I think all the rest. No, well, my original Pylon Racer is 47 years old. That's a balsa P-51. I think all the rest are foams. I think those are the only 2 wooden P-51s I have. I think all the rest are foam. And yeah, I think I got 5 Corsairs, 4 P-47s. I have 3. It's starting to sound like the Christmas song. I have 3 T-28s. Bunch of onesies, twosies. I got the Edge 540 from FMS, although it wasn't sold through FMS. It was a special edition. This here, this Stauffenbau, whatever, however you say it, it's German. This is the 1400. I don't know if you can see this up here. Yeah, you guys can't see it, but this box up here is a 1400 millimeter Corsair Red Bull edition. So it's the Red Bull Racing Corsair. So it has a Red Bull Racing logo on it. It's an FMS model that has it came with a Spectrum receiver in it. So it was a bind and fly. But it's got a German name on it. And they only made 2 airplanes and 1 helicopter in this franchise. An Edge 540, again, FMS Edge 540. And then this Corsair. And so I have 2 of the Edge 540s. I have 2 of those from this company, and this. I don't have the helicopter, the Red Bull helicopter. And then I got a shitload of E-Flight bind and fly planes, at least 20, I'd say. We've reached the level of sleep deprivation. So anyway, yeah, I just can't get enough of this stuff, And every time they come out with a new airplane, it just drives me nuts, that I want it. I was just saying out at the field the other day that, the only thing right now that Horizon's selling in a night flyer is the Night Visionaire. They used to sell a couple of different airplanes that were night flyers, but the only thing they have right now is the Visionaire. Until Ryan did apparently they came out with the Turbo Timber X in a night flyer, and he was demoing it today, and he was on tonight before me, doing his duty, to sell airplanes. I mean, that's what he's doing for Horizon. He's a representative of their company now, and he, every time there's a new product out, he has to demo it. And apparently, Horizon Hobby's release date is always a Thursday. So whenever he has a new plane to show off, or a new truck or whatever, he does it on Thursday night before my show. But anyway, so all this cool stuff, and it just keeps getting cooler and cooler. Oh my God, I just can't get over it. It's crazy. So that's my story. I'm sticking with it. Not gonna grow up. Not gonna happen. If it hasn't happened by now, it's not gonna. I'm just gonna keep buying toys right to my grave. If I wasn't gonna be cremated, um, I'd have some of my toys buried with me, so I have something to play with. Yep, I did know that the tip of a helicopter blade breaks the sound barrier. Yep, that's I knew that. You know, I have so much RC stuff I could show you guys. We'd be here for months, literally, and you'd never see the same thing twice. You know, RC gas cars, electric cars, off road, on road, dirt oval. Um, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I don't even know where all of it is, honestly. When I was packing up to move here, it wasn't being neat about it. I was just packing it wherever I could. So there were two trailers in the driveway, and I was just loading them up with stuff, and then everything I could get in my cars. And I had to make, I think we made 22 trips from the old house to the new house with our cars, just bringing loads of clothes and whatever, pans, silverware, whatever we had to bring it. So a lot of none of it was neat or organized. So my RC stuff is all over the place. When I get the new garage built, I'll be able to get it all in the garage, organized, so that I can show it all off. Now, most of the trophies are in the barn in boxes. They're just all boxed up in the barn. There's about 50 on top of there's a refrigerator out in front of my. It's a lean-to garage here. You know, the trailer is there, and this is kind of attached to the side of the trailer, and there's an overhang out front, like a porch area. And there's a refrigerator that we took out of the house that I put there to keep it out of the weather. It works perfectly. It just was a single door freezer on top kind of refrigerator, and we wanted a stainless side by side, so we bought a new refrigerator and put that one out there. Well, there's 30 to 50 trophies on top of the refrigerator because they didn't have any place else to put them, so they're just sitting there on top of the refrigerator. The good ones, the really precious ones, the ones that mean the most to me, are in the house. They're all over the house. You know, I won the very first Dirt Oval Nationals was held in '88 in Altamont Springs, right here in Florida, about a 2-hour drive for me. And I went there with my RC10 with a sprint car body on it, and raced in modified sprint car. I missed making the A main by hundredths of a second. The local track hero over there, same thing. We were hundredths of a second apart in time. So we were both in the B main, and It was a 2-car race from the moment they said go. And it was me and him. Nobody else was even in the race. Everybody else broke, crashed, whatever. It was a crash fest for everybody but the guy's name's Bill Blakesley, and he and I had a 2-car race from go, and he was leading, and I was following him around, and I was just following him and following him. I was faster than him, but I didn't want to try to pass him because I didn't know if he was going to try to run me into the wall or, I didn't know him. I never raced against him. I just knew who he was because he was the favorite to win the whole thing, and he ended up in the B main with me, and he. It was a 4-minute heat, and it was like 3 minutes into the race. I'm still following him around, and the third place car was like 3 laps down. It was ridiculous. So I don't remember exactly how it happened. I think somebody that was on the track, a back marker, got in my way or something. I overshot turn 3. And got in the loose stuff, and so I got behind Bill, and so he comes out at 4 and goes by the driver's stand, and every lap, the whole race, he could see out of the corner of his eye that I was right there behind him. Every lap. Well, this lap he comes by, and I'm not there, so he had to look to see where I was. He looked away, right? He wasn't looking at his car. He looked away for a second to see where I was, and here I was coming, but I was behind a little bit. Well, he hit the wall because he wasn't looking. He was looking for me, and he got all squirrely and had to get out of the throttle. And when he did, I was I was past him before he could think, and then I was gone. There was no more him and I. I was gone. I mean, I was on the backstretch already. He was still gathering his car up, and I just ran away with it from there. So I won the B main. Every seat in the house, because Bill Blakesley was racing in this heat. Everybody had to watch it, and it was an exciting race. And I've got it on video, VHS tape, because that's what they had in '88. But it was one of my highlights. So they got this giant trophy, shaped the state of Florida. It was awesome, and. All right, I guess Furball's gone. Are you still here? Good night. I got rambling, telling a story. Can't read the chat and tell a story at the same time. It's pretty hard. But anyway, yeah, that was one of the highlights. I got this big, beautiful trophy for that. And then I've set a couple of track records around here on big events. Got big trophies for those. Those big ones, the big wins, those are in the house. Those are the ones that mean a lot to me. I keep them all because they all mean a lot to me, but those are my precious ones. Those wins were big, and you thought you'd have to tell a joke. Well, John's still having his coffee, guys. You William and Sawyer, you guys don't know John, but he's been with me for a long time. And generally speaking, he rewatches my show when he gets up in the morning to have his coffee. He watches the replay of it. But several times, we're still going, and he gets to see the end of the show live. And then when I finally say goodnight, he goes back and starts over and watches the beginning of the show. So that's how John rolls. He's one of my all-time reliable guys. He's always here. What were my favorite movies from then? From what, the 80s? Jeez. Top Gun was in the 80s, right? Didn't that come out in like 89, I think? Or 79. What year did Top Gun come out? That was one of my favorite movies. I think Star Wars, the first Star Wars movie, was the first movie I went to the movie theater to see. I don't think I'd ever been in a movie theater before Star Wars. I think that was the one movie that I was willing to take some of my lawn mowing money, my airplane money, and spend it on something other than my airplanes. I never believed in going to the movie theater because it's not something it's tangible. You go there, you watch a movie, you go home, what do you got? A memory, but you got nothing else. You don't have anything tangible to hold. So I wouldn't spend my money on it. There's just no way. I wasn't going to spend my money on it. My money went into my airplanes. I wasn't going to spend it on that crap. So, but I remember going to see the first Star Wars movie, and I'm not a big movie guy. I don't like going to the theater. I'd rather watch it at home. I wait till it comes out in DVD and then I buy the movie. I buy the DVD, and then I watch as many times as I want. So I probably have 1,000 movies in the house. That's not an exaggeration at all. On DVD. And now, shit, you can watch everything online. You don't even need to have the DVD anymore. It's still nice to have, though. I keep telling my ex, she keeps wanting a new laptop, and I keep trying to drive the point home. Make sure it's got a DVD drive in it. And I know you're going to say, oh, they don't make them with it. Yeah, they do. If you look around, or you can special order one, but you can still get a DVD drive in a laptop, okay? All my laptops have DVD drives in them, all of them. I don't own one that does not, because it's important to me. And I'll tell you why. One simple fact for sure is if you don't have internet service, for instance, watching a movie on an airplane. I went on a trip to Chicago from Florida for work. Took my laptop on the plane, popped a movie in the drive, and got to sit there and watch my own movie on my own laptop the entire flight. You just, on these bargain flights, you don't get that luxury. I had it. Now, if I needed internet service to watch a movie, I wouldn't have been able to watch a movie on the airplane. But since I didn't need internet, I was good. Now, I know planes have internet on it now, but in in 07, it wasn't that common. It on high class, first class, yeah, maybe some, but a regular coach seat, no way. You didn't even have a TV in front of you in coach, let alone be able to pick a movie off of a list. So yeah, it was unheard of back then. But so yeah, I've always made sure my computers have drives. Now I haven't bought one recently, but I know you can call any of the companies that make laptops and special order one that has a serial port, a parallel port, and a DVD drive. You can still get it. It's very uncommon, very hardly ever, but you can still get it. I remember when it was the shit. I don't remember what year it was, but yeah, E.T. was huge. I did not go to the theater to watch it. I saw that at home. Um, I've seen very few movies at the theater. I did go to see Top Gun. I did go to see Star Wars. I have not seen all of the Star Wars in the theater. Um, Not, I mean, it just there just aren't a lot of movies I've watched at the theater. There was one I went and saw at the theater with a buddy of mine, and I cannot remember what movie we went to. It was a 3D movie. I remember that. Oh, I know what it was. Um, oh God, what's the name of that damn thing? The Big Tall Blue People. Sigourney Weaver was in it. The Big Tall Blue People. They had to get in those pods to get into a virtual reality. Um, the hell was the name of that damn movie? Avatar. Yep, I saw Avatar at the theater. 3D. It was terrible. Not the movie itself, but the 3D was terrible. Didn't care for that at all. And what really pissed me off is before the movie they had the teaser stuff on, not trailers from other movies coming up, but a 3D demonstration video. We were watching outer space stuff, and everything on the screen was 3D. It was incredible. I mean, it was so badass. A lot of spacewalk stuff, space shuttle stuff. Super cool. And then the movie starts, and the only thing in the movie that's 3D is like the Avatar guy. Everything else is regular, but the Avatar guy was 3D, so he's up in front center, in your face kind of thing. But everything else is just 2-dimensional. It was horrible. The promo thing before it was all 3D. Everything in there was 3D. And then we watched this movie, and they have like one or two things on the screen that are 3D. Everything else is 2D. It's like, oh my god, this is so freaking silly. I was bummed. It was terrible. The movie was good, but the storyline, but the 3D version of it just didn't do a thing for me. So, but yeah, that's pretty much all the movies I went to the theater to watch. There might be one or two more, but that's about it. Just not a big go to the theater movie guy. There's people talking, cell phones on. Just people being rude, trying to watch the movie. It's just not enjoyable. I don't enjoy it. So I just wait till it comes out on DVD and buy the DVD. Now I just watch it online. There's a lot of, there's Netflix, there's Hulu, there's several. Disney's coming out with their own channel now. And then there's Kodi. For you guys that don't know Kodi, it's Kodi. Look it up on YouTube. You can learn all about Kodi. Awesome. Yeah, I guess technically it's illegal, I guess. I don't know. How are they going to prosecute? You can't. It's like, putting something in somebody's mailbox is a felony. You're not allowed to use the mailbox for delivering I'll wash your car, or I'll do yard work, or I have a lawn service. You can't put that in the mailbox. It's illegal. We're the email police, or the U.S. Postal Mail Police. There are none. Okay, so it's a law that's unenforceable because there's nobody that's out there enforcing that particular law. But it still stands on the books. So Kodi's kind of the same thing. It's against the law to watch this streaming television, movie stuff because of copyright infringement, but who's policing it? Nobody. For me, the guy that's just watching it. Now, they've come down on the guy that runs it. They keep trying to put him in jail. But he's kind of exempt from it because all he's doing is perform. He's providing a platform. He doesn't put the movies that are copyrighted on the platform. Other people do. He just provides them the place to do it. And then people all around the world are uploading this stuff to his site, which allows me to go there and download it. Not technically download it, but watch it, stream it live. Download, stream. And, it's like shareware kind of thing. Am I doing something wrong? Well, I guess I am. I'm watching, copyright. But it's like going to a bar, a sports bar, and they've got an old football game on that's copyrighted. Are they going to prosecute me for sitting in the bar watching it, or are they going to prosecute the bar for playing it? They're going to prosecute the bar for playing it. They're not going to prosecute me for sitting there watching it. Same thing. They're not going to prosecute people that are watching. They're going to prosecute the people that are uploading, and they're trying to get him for being the provider, but that doesn't seem to make that stick. At least so far. I haven't seen it. Yeah, no, no 4G inverted dives with a MiG. No. One of the My Tyrannus radio that I fly with, I can download any song onto it and put it on a switch or whatever, so I can play music on my radio. Anything I want to put on it, it doesn't matter. I just have to format it with a certain piece of software, and then I can put it on my radio, and I can make it, instead of having a timer run, I can have a song playing, and when the song's over, it's time to land. You know, if I want to use the song as a timer. If I just want to play music, I can have a whole series of music on there, and depending on which switch or button I push, will determine which song I'm playing. So, the first song I put on there was Danger Zone. Of course. You know, of course you have to put that on the radio. So, I have Danger Zone on the radio. I have the theme music from Airwolf on my radio. I think I have a couple of non-aviation related music on the radio. Probably like Beach Boys, you know, something like that. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, what are we gonna do now? We're gonna name all the songs that were in the movie. To this day, the only movie I've gone to see twice in the theater, or I should say more than once. There's only one movie I've ever gone to the movie theater and paid to see again, and it was Top Gun. I actually went and saw that twice in the movie theater, and then bought the DVD. That's the only movie I've ever gone to, paid to see it more than once. So, yeah, because that movie was just too cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it. I am getting tired now. It's 4:30. It's time to go to bed. And now I'm gonna go to bed. Usually I go in the house and put on another movie or something, but I'm tired tonight. I'm gonna go to bed. But I want to thank you guys for being here, especially Sawyer and William. You guys have been a blast. The jokes, and everything, pretty funny. Good stuff, guys. Thanks for being here. I had a good time. I really did. I hope you guys come back. You know, I'm here every Thursday night, and this is not uncommon. I'm 3 o'clock. Almost always hit 3 o'clock. Almost always. 4 o'clock on occasion. I've gone all the way to 6:30, I think, in the morning. So that's 9.5 hours. You know, I did one show. I think it was 9. I think it's technically 9 hours and 18 minutes, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but and again, we would be doing it tonight if I wanted to stay up, but I got work I got to do on the car tomorrow. Get ready for the weekend. So, thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. If you didn't hit the like button, hit the like. I appreciate it. You know, one of the guys had it out for me to, you know, I'm going to beat your record. You know, I had an 8-hour show, or no, I had a 7.5 hour show, and he's going to beat it. And it wasn't a competition for me. I'm here as long as you guys are here. You know, and I would be here tonight longer, but you guys are kind of, you know, waffling yourselves. Thanks, John. But one night I had a couple guys, I guess they were here to help me break the record, you know, because this guy broke my record at 7.5. He went 8.5. And then I had like 5 or 6 people in the chat that night that were all talkative. We were all having great conversations, and time just flew, and we went 9.5. And so that's where we're at. You know, that's the record. I didn't purposely try to set it. I just had people in my show that night that didn't want to go to bed or whatever. And The weather was good. I wasn't cold or anything, and so we went 9.5, and that seems to be the record that nobody wants to try to beat. I didn't purposely set a record. It just that's I don't even take track of it. Somebody else keeps bringing it up. Like yeah, okay, whatever. It wasn't on purpose. It just happened. Just like tonight, that last hour and a half just blew by. So, but like I said, I've got a busy day tomorrow, and we don't have a real discussion going on here. If we did, I'd be wide awake and stay with you, but we're just kind of floundering around right now. And don't get me wrong, I've had a great time. I really did. You guys are a bit fun. So come back next Thursday. I'm here every Thursday. Haven't missed one yet. 36 episodes in a row. Actually, I've had a couple of extras because of I would do a show on a Monday night or a Tuesday night. If one of the other guys that was normally doing their show, because we have one every night of the week, at least one every night of the week, we're going to do their show. I would do a show because you guys are looking forward to the show. I do this stuff for you, and I felt bad that the Monday night guys that want to go to the show on Monday night were looking forward to it, and it's not going to happen because he's not going to do the show. Well, screw that. I'll do it. Those guys need to go someplace. They want to see a show, so I would step up and do a show, and I've done that on several occasions. So. So anyway, again, we're going to say goodnight. John, good morning. You get to go back and watch the beginning. It's a good show. I talk about some stuff here. It's pretty cool. And, show off a couple of things you missed. I think my B-2 bomber I brought out, you didn't see that, or my my hovercraft. So you're going to get to see those. And, yeah. Oh, you told the mermaid joke again? Yeah. Oh my god, that's funny. So, alright guys. So I'm going to call it. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next week. I hope you come back. And we'll talk to you later. So I could count it down, but it never works out right. So I'm just going to say goodnight. Good night, guys.